Dunbar.
Here.
Ms. LaPrance.
Here.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Kennedy.
Here.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Here.
Ms. Zolotel.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, we have the Pledge of Allegiance and Land Acknowledgement. Mr. Weddleton, if you could lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next, we have the Land Acknowledgement. Ms. Zolotel.
Yes, Mr. Chair. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. All right, so as a reminder to the public and the body, we left off on Tuesday with a motion to change the order of the day. We completed the first item on that motion, item 15E. We're going to finish up the remainder of those items, and then we're going to go back through the agenda as written and prepared and finish up the remainder of the items, hopefully well before midnight. So the items that we're going to start with are items 13A, 14A, 14B, 14E, 15A, 15B, and 15C before we go back and complete the remainder of the items in their original order. So with that, we're going to start with item 13A, ordinance number AO 2020-131, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 28, elections to update and clarify provisions consistent with the municipality's vote by mail system and related matters. Before I open up the public hearing, I'd like to open up for discussion for any conflicts of interest. And Mr. Dunbar, do you want to start?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would like to, on the advice of our Ethics Council, I would like to be excused from this because there is a perceived conflict because I'm running for mayor, and there is a sense that this might alter the mayoral race.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Consistent with previous rulings that I have made, I will declare that you do have a conflict on this item and cannot participate. Are there any other conflicts?
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So I would like to declare a perceived conflict of interest. I do not believe it is substantial, but I will leave that up to your ruling, Mr. Vice Chair. As most individuals know, there's potential for a recall to be on the April 6th ballot. So that is a perceived conflict I'd like a ruling on.
All right, thank you. So I'll ask you our standard questions here. Mr. Rivera, is the financial or private interest a substantial part of the matter under consideration?
No, it is not a substantial part.
Does the financial or private interest vary directly and substantially with the outcome of the official action?
No, it does not.
Is the financial or private interest immediate and known, or conjectural and dependent on factors beyond the official action?
Can you repeat that one more time?
Is the financial or private interest immediate and known, or is it conjectural and dependent on factors beyond the official action?
I would suggest that it is conjectural.
Okay. Is the financial or private interest significant monetarily?
No.
Is a financial or private interest a type which is generally possessed by the public or a large class of persons to which the elected official or household member belongs?
It is not something that a large class of individuals would have, no.
Okay. Are there other factors deemed appropriate by the chair, which would be me, under the specifics of the disclosure and the nature of the action? It would be a question to Mr. Gates.
I apologize. Could you repeat that, please?
Sure. We're addressing AO 2020-131, and Chair Rivera understands that there are some who perceive there may be a conflict due to a possible recall action. Does this ordinance relate to recalls?
I actually don't see any relation there, but you've run through the questions. I think it was good to run through the ethics questions. I personally don't see the conflict.
Okay, all right, thank you. Mr. Chair, Ms. Rivera, I determined that there is no conflict in this case. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right, not seeing anyone else, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. I'm going to start, as usual, with folks on the phone and then open it up to folks in person. I'll do 3 and 3. So, on the phone, we're going to start with Mr. Luis Imbriani. Hi, Mr. Imbriani. This is Felix Rivera. We are on public testimony for item 13A, Ordinance 2020-131 regarding Title 28 revisions. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for giving me the call. I just had some statements about the way that the ordinance was being pushed through, or the things that were in the ordinance. There's some wording in the emergency powers of the clerk and the ability for them to determine if there is an emergency and what type of things can be taken or what type of actions can be taken. But the wording in there is very vague, and I feel that kind of leads us into the same place that we're in now with it didn't quite meet the wording, but it does quite meet the wording of the ordinance, and it just wasn't very clear. And I think that spending a little bit more time and really breaking down what type of emergencies would cause that, and I know we can't plan for everything, but just something a little bit better and not as broad or open to interpretation. That's all that I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Next on the phone list for this item, we have Ms. Kristen Bush.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Bush. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We're on public testimony for item 13A, AO 21-131 regarding Title 28 revisions. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm here. This is not the time to be messing with the way people vote in this town. Things are really hard right now. Across the entire country, people have doubts about when their vote counts. And our assembly should be really mindful of making sweeping changes to to our voting structure at this time. We already have something that is less than desirable in mail-in voting. We can't make it more unstable by changing things at this time in such a short order before the election coming up in April. Any changes that this assembly makes, a large part of this city doesn't even know about. People are not as informed as they should be, and if there's going to be changes to the way people vote, then people should actually vote upon those changes. I'm sorry to tell you that the trust that we once had in our government and a local level is just not there anymore. We need to massage that trust and learn to work together instead of silencing voices and ignoring people. At this time in our city, we need to be aware that voting is our most sacred privilege, and it is our utmost civic duty to perform as a citizen. And especially at this time, we need to be aware that we can't further divide people and cause more unrest. Changing voting structure is not a sound decision at this time. I would strongly encourage this assembly to vote no on this entire bill, ordinance. It's just not in the best interest of our community at this time. You know, if we need to have discussions about how we vote, let's have them in a structure where more people become involved in the discussion. The passing of mandates and ordinances at this time that would change this is dangerous. And a lot of people are really unhappy with the way you guys are handling the city. And we need to make sure that we don't make more problems than we already have. I thank you for your consideration in this, and I urge you to vote no.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Last on the phone list, we have Miss Joyce Anderson.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Anderson. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 13A, ordinance number AO 2020-131, regarding Title 28 revisions. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. My name is Joyce Anderson, and I am the chair of the Anchorage Assembly and have been on the commission since 2012. And just a quick thing, my background includes being on several task forces throughout both the Muni and the state. And then also I was Director of Elections and Voter Registration for the City of Minneapolis for 14 years. So I have very much information regarding elections. I'm here to testify today in favor of AO 2020-131. But first, a little history. Since before the vote-by-mail system was implemented in 2018, the municipal attorney, the Anchorage Election Commission, the municipal clerk, the election team, and the Assembly Ethics and Ethics Committee have annually reviewed the election process and the Election Code Title 28. The review process is extremely important and allows the clerk's office to steadily improve election processes, including the security and accuracy of municipal elections for efficiency and to guard against voter fraud. Working to improve internal administrative procedures along with revising and fine-tuning information provided to voters and voter accessibility is paramount. Input from voters over the years has been an invaluable resource during this process. As most of you know, the normal review process begins after each election is certified by you, the Assembly, and includes public, as I said, and Election Commission input. The Election Commission did meet on December 16th to review all the suggested changes proposed. The Commission unanimously adopted a resolution with 5 additional recommended changes to approve AO 2020-13. Just a quick statement. The proposed changes in the election code include just some general things like defining and or updating terms and wording for clarity and readability, updating for consistency of language throughout, updating clarifying language and procedures to reflect and improve the election system over the years, and then, of course, referencing and updating municipal code and state statutes. The revisions also include clarifying the time and method for calling a special election, expanding and clarifying situations where a recount shall be initiated by the municipal clerk, and based on the events of the last election, adding election offenses that were consistent with state statute. So in closing, I'd like to say these changes are essential to bringing the code up to date and ensuring accurate and secure elections. So I want to thank you for allowing me to testify today. And as chair of the Election Commission, I would like to close with saying that, and I speak for all commissioners as well, that we have, during this process, been very much a part of the election process, both before and after vote by mail. And we feel that the vote by mail process has proved to be very voter friendly and voter accessible. So thank you, Mr. Chair and Assembly members, for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you. I do have a question, but before that, just want to clarify, make sure it's extremely clear for the record, that you are the chair of the Elections Commission. Is that correct?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Excuse me. So, Ms. Anderson, thanks. I really appreciate your being here to help us out here. So, we had a comment just a little bit ago, and it's something that there was a comment, and we've got some emails on this too, that you know, it kind of opens the door. The clerk can take certain actions, you know, fairly open in an emergency. And did you guys discuss that and you know, great detail on how to define an emergency and the various actions?
Excuse me, are you saying an emergency for a special election? Is that what you're referring to?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Were you referring to just an emergency in a special election, or in an emergency related, let's say, to COVID? I'm not understanding your question.
I think in a general election, you know, if there were an emergency, I don't know if the case could be as much as someone couldn't get into the polling place because they left their keys at home or something, I suppose, so, or an earthquake.
No, we did not discuss that, but based on my previous experience as Director of Elections and Voter Registration for the City of Minneapolis, I feel it is important for the city clerk to be able to have those emergency powers, and I'm speaking personally now, not from the commission, to have those powers. I know at one point I had a polling place that was at a park building, and the park person did not show up to open up the building for us. So we couldn't get a hold of anybody at the park, so we did send the police out there, and they did, you know, they did get into the building for us. So and we had to set up so that everybody would be ready to vote at 8 o'clock or 7 o'clock, whatever time, you know, the polls open in different areas. So I feel it's important for the city clerk to have certain emergency powers to be able to do such things, such as I mentioned.
Okay, thanks. Can I hear a couple more? Okay. We've also got some, you know, people questioning the aspect here that would allow, you know, if there, you know, your polling location and there are simply no official ballots left and the printer's broken so you can't print more, that any piece of paper could be voted on. And that's a little unusual. Did you guys discuss that?
No, we did not. And I know that had happened previously, and so I really don't have any comment about that.
Okay, thanks. And then just one final one. So as you guys discuss this, because this all started a year ago, kind of after the last election, you guys, has there been public participation in general? I mean, you guys are a public committee, but beyond that, did general public come into your meetings and provide information and so on?
The public has attended our meetings in the past. The meeting that we had in December, there was no one from the public. That was either in person or on the phone. So no, we did not have public input when we reviewed the changes to Title 28 for this ordinance.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Great. Thanks so much. Bye.
Okay.
Thank you for your testimony.
All right. Thank you.
That completes our phone list, so we're going to go ahead and move on to in-person. Welcome.
Good evening, Assembly members and Chair Rivera. I'll be talking tonight about AO 2020-131S specifically because I suspect you'll be voting on that version rather than the original version. I'm going to suggest a no vote, but I'll be focusing upon specific things in this version of the bill, which to me are very, very, very important as to why we should not approve this. Now, first of all, I'm looking at...
Sir, if you could give us your name, please.
I'm sorry, William Topel, T-O-P-E-L. It's a long day. I forgot. I'm sorry. Had to work earlier. Okay. I'm looking at Assembly Member LaFrance's memo here, dated January the 12th. The bullet point, as she put down here near the bottom, to make sure every valid vote is counted, the review standards for a question ballot envelope are modified so that the ballot can be counted if the voter is qualified to vote, even if the voter or an election worker forgets to sign the question ballot envelope. That leads into my main points here. I remember several years ago when the question of mail-in voting was considered by the Assembly back then, that they would have a system in place to verify signatures. Okay? Now it appears the intent of some of the changes in this ordinance are to eliminate that, assuming that the voter is otherwise qualified. Now there's a problem with that. I'll refer to the sections in the substitute version of the bill. It's under section Municipal Code 28-50-120. Okay. Section 210, where it talks about restricted delivery. If I'm going to the post office to mail my election ballot in, I'm paying for a service, okay? And if you're not requiring your people to sign off that you got my ballot, first of all, I'm not getting that service, okay? There's other sections in here regarding that signature requirement. That's an affront to me as a consumer, okay? And I think it's very important that your people sign off that you got my election ballot if I were to send it in restricted delivery. How else would I know if you got my ballot or not? Okay. I'll also talk quickly about these amendments that are up there. Number one, Assembly members LaFrance and Weddleton. I'm in favor of that. Proposed amendment number 2 by Assembly member Kennedy. I'm in favor of that. Number 3, amendment by Kennedy. I'm in favor of that. Number 4, I'm not, because again, ballots should have numbered photocopies on the sample ballots. Otherwise, you'd have more potential for fraud.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hello, Anchorage Assembly. James Caswell. I'm fairly new to all this. I'm a first-year voter. This was the first year I voted. I'm 30 years old. It's the first year I voted because I guess I wasn't really aware or interested before. Although I am now. I see what's going on, and I want my voice to be heard. I appreciate the people that have testified before me. They've kind of clarified a lot of the language and stuff in this ordinance. You guys have probably heard me before talk about, it being very difficult. I mean, I opened up one of the links, it was like 30-some pages, and I scanned through it and read quite a bit of stuff. It seems like really there's that maybe there is some stuff that needs to be changed about our voting system. What it is exactly, I don't know, but it seems like what kind of powers you guys are placing in one person is kind of a lot, to put a lot of responsibilities on the municipal clerk. It also seems like, to me, from my point of view and my perspective, and kind of just over the past year or so that I've been, watching the administration and the assembly and kind of, the things that go on when they're votes are taking place, they're all kind of skewed one way, and so with that, I'm sure that, if this passes, there's going to be a lot of unrest in, I guess, with the people who are against this. It seems like there should be another way to make it kind of more fair, so that everybody's happy with it, so that, not just the constituents that vote and see the same way that you guys see are happy with it, Again, I'm not totally against it. I feel like there's probably stuff that definitely needs to be changed with our election system to kind of solidify the integrity of it. With some of the things I understand, and I don't know, maybe I'll, when I hear more people testify, I'm sure more stuff will be clarified for me. I just wanted to get up here and have my voice heard, so thank you guys.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Russ Reno. I'm a business owner downtown Anchorage. I'm very vocal on our downtown community council, and I also am someone who works for the election every single year. I'm not representing either one of those groups, just myself. I do want to rest assure my friends that are here in the assembly and fellow citizens that this is simply clarifying some wording is what it is. And it's giving more power to the clerk so that the clerk can relinquish this information. If she sees anything that is not correct, she can send it to law enforcement and get the ball rolling if she sees something that should be, or she gets reported to that there's some kind of fraud going on. This is actually to benefit us. This is something that passed already in 2018, as it was previously mentioned, and the fixes that I see on here are something that we deal with on a regular basis when we're there working for the polls. Ms. LaFrance, I believe, that wrote the memo that you got quoted as saying that, was it you that said that there was problems with if the person didn't sign the envelope? What that is a certification. It's not an actual official ballot signature. It's a certification that you sealed that envelope and no one else sealed it for you. And that's important because sometimes they forget that they still want to count the voter. They can tell that this person signed it. They've matched the signatures that are inside the envelope, and they don't want to be tied up by a technical issue because they forgot to sign the outside of the envelope. So really, this is a movement. This is a move to better clarify the process, to give it different wording so it matches up and matches other guidelines that we have in our election. And it also is to make things a lot more secure by allowing the clerk to be able to help us out if we do feel that there's any kind of election fraud that's taking place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I actually have a question for you, sir, from Mr. Whittleton.
So I really appreciate that. Mr. Reno, it's great that you help out at the polling too. So one issue is that, if you ran out of ballots at your polling station and the printer broke and there's people in line to vote, is it better to say, sorry, you can't vote, or here, we have paper, vote this? I mean, because that's an issue here it's weird, but which is better way to go?
As the caller said, I have no comment. That's something that I cannot comment on. Okay. I have no.
You never run out of ballots?
I've never seen it even get close to running out of ballots. That doesn't mean that's the way it is in everyone.
Yeah, all right, great.
So I have no comment.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Roy Witchers.
If you could move the mic down, please.
To all concerned.
Sir, if you could move the microphone down. Yeah, thank you.
To all concerned, open dialogue is needed, and the anger and closed-mindedness needs to stop. All intelligent conversation is closed, I mean, our state, city, and local or national economy and well-being is at risk. Our enemies, both foreign and domestic, will use this against us. At a time of crisis, to let emotion control the narrative is both foolish and dangerous. Investigation of wasted monies or fraudulent elections on both sides only helps to find us the best answers to the difficult choices and decisions. If we don't find ways to resolve these issues, we only hurt ourselves and the future of others. Where the best path can be found. In a time of consternation and division. Emotion can only lead to more division and strife. We all hope and want the best for our community and nation. This is a time for intelligent discussion and find the best way to come together. I hope this country and the principles laid out by much wiser men than us and more experienced people, they learned from their experiences in history, which we need to use to resolve these difficult issues. The closed ranks in a defensive attitude is leaving us vulnerable to those that want to hurt our unity. Working together in the spirit of hope and unity and progress seems to be the best path, no matter what divides us. My hope is for all concerned to find that path and go forward together as one united people. United people. In the words of Patrick Henry, give me liberty or give me death, says it best. And since we will all die someday, liberty for all seems the best for all. Please, let's try to tone down the rhetoric on all sides and stand united, or we shall all lose in the end. United we stand, and divided we shall fall. But I want to add something else. I have an issue with... That's it?
Apologies, sir. Your time is up.
Can I go again? Okay.
I have a question for you, but aside from the question, we also have final audience participation at the end of the meeting. If you'd like to speak again. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was curious as to, I'm right here, your final point, was it pertaining to this title?
I can't hear you.
I am curious about your final point that you wanted to raise.
Yeah.
Could you tell me what it was?
It was
in regards to Title 28?
Sir, if you could just make sure you speak.
I own a piece of property, and I know that now I'm having trouble with the owner or the buyer is not able to pay taxes and certain parts of the contract. Now, I know that I can't foreclose on him according to how things are, from what I understand. Now, if people owe taxes...
Ms. LaFrance, so I just wanted to clarify, does that answer your question that this is not regarding Title 28?
It does, actually.
Okay.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony.
Okay, well,
Thank you.
I mean,
Thank you.
I'm stuck in the middle of something here.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and go back to the phones. We have one more person on the phone, and then we'll go back to in person. So let's go ahead and call Mr. Williams.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Williams. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on item 13A, ordinance number AO 2020-131 regarding Title 28 revisions. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Yes, hi, Niall Williams for the record, and also Mr. Rivera, I had registered through the clerk for all the remaining phone testimony items, please. I had sent a message right after the last meeting. But to continue with my testimony, I oppose AO 2020-131. I would first like to speak to the very beginning, giving the municipal clerk extra emergency powers and having her be the investigator of abuses, of election fraud or bullying or anything weird going on. So during the last election, I actually went over to City Hall and I was bullied by someone that was dressed in military-style clothing as I was actually just walking into City Hall, not even really going to the ballot box. But I tried to report that to the municipal clerk, but her phone never is answered. You can't get into her office. Tried to call the police, they don't investigate it. Tried to call the state troopers, they don't investigate it. So something needs to be cleared up there. Moving forward to page number 3, number 6, has not already voted in the election. In the last election, you could have voted with a mail-in ballot, you could have voted on the day of the election, and you could have faxed in a ballot and tried to vote 3 times, and it probably wouldn't have gotten caught until much later. Moving forward to my next point. Is the voter ballot provided by the municipality? And then flipping over to page 19, we have when you want to return your ballot electronically, you can fax or email it. Well, if you're fax or emailing it, it's not being received on the original paper. And I think it's very important that it's actually on a municipal paper and not on a piece of toilet paper. Moving forward a little bit more, we need to have signature verification be a very important thing, as Mr. Topa was speaking to. It's very important that the voters' signatures match so that we know that it's not being filled out by some alien or some non-resident. Another thing, we shouldn't be mailing ballots out to everyone in the municipality. I know that this is already on the municipal charter, but it really seeks to foment fraud. It doesn't seek to, right at my address, I received 6 ballots, 6, for people that didn't live here, some of which haven't lived here in 5 years. So they don't clean up the voter rolls, and then nobody really knows what's going on. So that's all I have for this one. I strongly oppose this AO 2020-131. It's time that we have only in-person voting. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, we're going to go ahead and go back to in-person. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Irene Quidnow. I'm in the Sand Lake District, and Mr. Perez-Verdia is my only representative. I wanted to ask a question, and I know you can't answer, but the chair of the election committee said that at the meeting on December 16th, there was no public participation by phone or in person. So was that because the meeting wasn't publicized well, or was that because nobody was interested? That would be my concern. The other thing that I wanted to say, I wanted to echo what one of the ladies on the phone said. People in this country, a lot of people in this country feel that the election on November was not fair. We have an election coming up. People do not trust the assembly at this point. And before an election that we have coming up here in Anchorage, you want to change the rules. Whether it's positive or not, just the fact that you want to change it before the next election does not help the people trust in this body. You can change it afterwards. Why don't you postpone it until then? Give the public some more time to participate, to have input, and to give them the trust that at least right now this is not being messed with. Whether it's positive or negative. But just the fact that you want to change it before the next election is not a good time. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm the beneficiary of the McKee Trust. My name is Charles McKee, and I'd like to defend my name and honor and credibility and making a statement. I already turned in the paperwork, and the second page, applicable law and definition, it talks about my ownership in an item, and it's copyrighted. And below that, I go into market share. Now, if a company has an item to market, you can make a contract on this piece of paper here all wadded up, date and sign it, have witnesses, and you can make an agreement between another individual, and they have to abide by it. So if you're a private civilian and you're willing to give up your private civilian rights to procure this item, then you become subjugated. So that's what's happened, and that's what I'm talking about here in market share control, because the Bar Association conned the legislature to give up their voting right for a proxy vote in '63 and recorded it, like I said before, on record. And that's all they had to do, is to notify the public one time in the recording office, and it was done. They don't have to repeat it like on TV, a commercial, every hour on the hour. No, the public either retains that information or they die with it and it doesn't get perpetrated. So therefore, you become enslaved. So they have control of their market share, and then their access is your credit on your account. Because this country was bankrupt in 1933. So we're all operating on a credit voucher system. It's not money. It's a piece of paper. And it's based off your Social Security number, your trust account. $900 billion. Does that sound familiar? They took a $900 billion trust account and dispensed it across the country, most recently in Congress. They're the first level of trustees. The second one is the state that you reside in. And then you go to workers' compensation. And then you go to the court system. You're faced with the trustees. You're the beneficiary. And what they love to do is create a credibility gap against you so they can change your position without your knowing it, against your will if you do know it. Therefore, they become the beneficiary, you become the trustee with all the liability, you pay a fine, you go to jail, and do all these other things that they deem worthy without cause. So they're violating your rule of law.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Schulte. I live in South Anchorage. Just a couple of comments. First, just on process. I understand that one of the assembly members has recused himself from voting on this issue because he's running for mayor. I would submit, with respect, Mr. Chairman, that you should do the same. It's entirely possible that your name will be on the ballot, and I don't understand how you can vote on changes to the election laws that could potentially affect that. I'm troubled by comments I heard earlier about, to the extent that the current state of emergency might affect this process. And I'm at the same time concerned about the additional powers granted to the office of the clerk. I say the office of the clerk because I don't want to bring personalities into this. It's troubling. I think it's fair to say that this body, this process is not highly credible at this time. So to have the office of the clerk, which answers to the assembly chair and to the assembly, be the final arbiter of all things election, I think is flawed at best and folly at worst. It was mentioned earlier that there was no public comment received on the first drafts of this AO. Well, the public didn't know that this was even being discussed. I followed this process closer than a lot of people, and I didn't know about it until the end of December when I heard about it through my community council meeting. So I'm concerned that that was put on the record because to me, it telegraphs what may be planned for April, and it's not good. There seems to be a lot of concern about making the election process easier for absolutely everybody, and I get that to a point. I suggest, though, that it's far more important to preserve the integrity of the election at absolutely all costs. We have to trust that every single legitimate vote was legitimately counted and that every illegitimate vote was thrown out. Anything less than that is unacceptable. I would include that solid voter ID, absolutely solid voter ID, is essential to this process. I think the ballots should be numbered. I think they should be on pre-printed forms. The notion of being able to cast a vote on just some random piece of paper, to me, is just an invitation to election fraud. I think we, as voters, we need to be able to know with absolute certainty who asked for a ballot, who it was sent to, who filled it out, and who sent it back. How many were sent, how many were counted. I think that this body owes it to the voters of Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
No, so can I...
Mr. Weddleton, sir, it appears there's
Schulte.
a question for you, sir.
Sorry, you just got off too easy there. So when you read this, do you see anything in it that diminishes the integrity of the voting?
I'll be honest, Mr. Whittle, I'm sorry, through the chair, Mr. Whittleton. I'll be honest, I looked at the original version from December, and I looked at the S version. They're quite different. And I haven't seen all the amendments that are going to go through tonight. That's what concerns me. I honestly don't know where you guys are going to end up tonight, and that concerns me because of the timing. I think that because it's being pushed through now, I'm suspicious. And I'm suspicious that this is going to end up leaving the door open. There are nefarious people in this town who will, I'm not suggesting anybody here would do this, there are people in this town who will lie, cheat, and steal to win an election. Anything you do that leaves the door open to them invites election fraud, in my view. I don't know that that's going to happen, and I honestly don't know where you're going to end up on this AO, but I am concerned.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sarah Boyer, and I was wondering where Constant was, and he's out there talking to the cops, which is fine, except that people are testifying on an ordinance that he's supposed to vote on, and shouldn't our voices have an impact on...
Go ahead, ma'am, we're hearing you.
So, anyways. I know voting fraud is a controversial topic. A lot of you guys probably don't believe that there was voter fraud this year. One thing we can all agree on is that over 100,000 Alaskans' information was compromised during the 2020 election. People are just not confident in the process as it stands now, and now we're trying to mix it up a little bit. I'm confident that some of it's probably necessary, but things like voting on a napkin is just like prepare yourselves for more ballots. I don't understand why that should be an option. Some people have already talked about the voter fraud that happened during the presidential election. You know, it's my opinion that it did happen. You know, I understand that many of you guys don't agree with that. Individual opinions aren't someone else's reality, and there's thousands of people that believed that there was legitimate voter fraud. So most of this ordinance is attempting to make voting through mail and voting in general easier. If we can shop freely for curtains and new PlayStations at Target and whatnot, we can certainly vote in person and take it seriously. I was always told growing up that voting was a very important part of their civic duty and that it should be taken very seriously. Tossing a ballot in the mail isn't doing that. I encourage you to vote this ordinance down. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Brittany Tompkins, and I just want to say that I think it's pretty easy to get enough ballots at each place, so you don't have to write on a piece of paper. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome.
My name is Rachel Colvard, and I am opposed to this ordinance passing. It is absolutely unconscionable that it would be okay to vote on a napkin. As a veteran, I might disagree with you vehemently, but I would defend to the death your right to say what you feel. I apologize. This now, at this time, is wrong. The concentration of power in the office of the clerk is wrong. The powers are supposed to be in a process that could be followed across the board, evenly, to everyone. This is not fair, and I'm opposed to this.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Anderson. I am very strongly opposed to this ordinance, and I cannot believe that you're even contemplating this at a time of such national distrust and national unrest over the validity and integrity of our elections. Are you completely insane? Are you completely tone deaf to half of this country who believes that our national election was wrought with fraud? Think about that for just a moment. Half of the country believes that our election for the president was fraudulent. And here you are proposing that in the city of Anchorage, which you're busy driving into the dirt, thank you so very much, to weaken our elections in such a way when there's so much distrust and so much anxiety and so much furor over integrity. It is difficult to believe that this truly seems like a good idea to you. If your purpose is to further the unrest and further the discord in this community, then by all means pass this. I fully expect that you will. I mean, it's right in line with all of the other nastiness that you've been doing for the last umpteen months. But it is appalling that you're so tone deaf. It is appalling that at a time when we really need you to slow down and work on rebuilding some trust and work on rebuilding our community, that instead you will further tear down the walls of trust, that you will further undermine our belief that you want to lead us well, and that you would further destroy the integrity of our own elections immediately before our own mayoral election. Good grief, I thought you were smart. I'm appalled, and I really, really hope that you choose, by some miracle, see the light, listen to what we're saying. Don't do this. This is a terrible idea. How can we ever trust that our elections are good? We need to have verification of signatures. We need to not do mail ballots. We need to not send a ballot to every single address that exists. There's so much fraud. There's so much distrust. Please don't do this. Please. Listen to us this time. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple questions for you. First,
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Ms. Anderson, for testifying tonight.
That's Mrs. Anderson.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here. One thing that's really helpful to us is when people give us specific feedback, and there are 33 pages to this AO, as you know, and there's more to Title 28 online, so I realize there's a lot. But if you have specific areas or sections that are problematic, it's very helpful to us to look at for amendments or anything like that. So do you have any specific sections of the AO you could point to? It's very helpful.
Thank you very much. The piece that jumped out to me as most problematic was the voting on any piece of paper. In addition, I think that it is exceedingly problematic to make any changes this close to an election. I think you'd be far better to slow down, do it after the mayoral election, okay, when it's not such a hot button, when it's not going to raise our distrust of, frankly, I think you're trying to pull a fast one, and that's not necessarily because I can find anything in the ordinance, but because of your past actions for the last almost year.
Thank you, Mrs. Anderson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Eugene Carl Haberman, 43-year resident in Alaska, 20 of those years Anchorage resident, and currently a Metso Valley resident. If there's anyone in the state that audits the process dealing with elections, dealing with what's going on in the state, if you had to count 5 people, it would be me. There shouldn't be any question among you. I predate many of you who weren't even on the assembly, how long I've been monitoring the elections dealing with Anchorage. Go back to 2012, I'd like to remind you, where more than 40% of the polling precincts ran out of ballots, even though they printed enough. That assembly certified elections 3 times. Instead of doing a do-over, That's the story of Anchorage's history in short version. Despicable. Now, the line here that's I should have opened up with this line, is the municipality of Anchorage, the experience of, whereas following the 2020 regular municipal election, the experience of successfully conducting 3 regular elections and 1 special elections by mail has illuminated, so forth. Well, after what I just told you, that line is a false narrative. Because the elections that you've gone to, and when you've gone to vote by mail, you don't go and compare the numbers, the clerk hasn't, to what happened before and say, look how great we're doing. Look how Anchorage has been so successful. But if you look at the numbers before vote by mail scenario, there was more numbers and more people involved. And it also was more safe because people can go to the precincts and vote and present their identifications, and public was more comfortable with the situation. Now, this legislation that is before you tonight, this is the first public hearing. It was delayed a couple of times. But you worked on it, parties in there, distant from the public, and only recently did you have at the Assembly Ethics and Election Committee an opportunity for documents to be tied in on the website for the public to see. Only recently. Whereas you've been passing and changing, dealing with election law, and the public's been distant on that matter. But I'd like to bring out another cute scenario. It's dealing with certification. The line that says, quote, within 7 days after the certification of the Election Commission has adopted its report of the results of the election, a defeated candidate or 10 qualified candidates may file an application with the municipal clerk. Well, let me remind you of your history. Sometimes those reports come the day before for the day of certification. Those so-called those reports from the Election Commission. And let me tell you about that election commissioner that spoke today, Chair. Where is a copy of that report that came to you now? Shouldn't the public had an opportunity to address it? And I hope there's questions here by some members here to me. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. There are no questions.
I expect that.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version.
Second.
Moved and seconded. There's a variety of amendments. Let's go through those. First, there is LaFrance Weddleton Amendment Number 1. Is there a motion?
Move LaFrance Weddleton Amendment Number 1.
Second.
And I'm looking
Moved and
for it.
seconded. Who would like to speak to it?
Suzanne better, because I'm looking for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, as the amendment notes, there have been some concerns expressed that the clerks do not have the training to investigate election offenses. Election offenses investigated could be far beyond those in the code, and requirements for candidate qualifications might be vague. And so what this amendment does is provide some more information. So for example, and this is at page 1, line 28 through 36 of the AO, where it already says the municipal clerk shall prepare for, conduct, and supervise all municipal elections and shall determine whether candidates for municipal office are qualified in accordance with, and this adds the charter and to this title. And then the second part of it adds references concerning B, the municipal clerk may gather information which may be reported for investigation by, and that's added with this amendment, law enforcement about suspected or alleged election offenses, and it adds under federal, state, or local law, including in this title, Chapter 28.200 and Section 8.30.180 of this code. And Chapter 28.200 is election offenses. And the second reference, Title 8, is Penal Code for election violations. So this provides more information as to what it is that the clerk is gathering and doing. And then I just would note on that first one, A, when it comes to qualifications, the title and the charter specifies that, for example, and we're talking about candidate
qualifications. A candidate needs to be a qualified voter of the municipality, and for assembly members, a resident in the area for a year at least. And so that's what is being referred to in terms of qualifications. We did receive some questions on that, and this amendment seeks to clarify and help people understand where to go to get more information on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote on LaFrance-Weddleton Amendment Number 1.
Actually, point of order.
Yes, Mr. Weddleton.
I just, and I'm sorry, I left my copies at home, but grabbing them off of the counter here, the amendment number 1 for, I got the right one, 131S is actually something different.
Nope.
Is there a back? No, it's double-sided, my bad.
Okay. Thank you. Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy.
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yes.
That amendment is approved 9-0. Next, we have Kennedy Amendment Number 2. Is there a motion?
Actually, Mr. Chair, if I could take them out of order, I would like to move Kennedy Amendment Number 3.
Sure. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Kennedy, you want to speak to it?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is one that will actually take part of the code out that's in there now. It wasn't part of this revision per se, but it was one that caught my attention enough that I think it's worth looking at, and just for purposes of what everybody really is talking about right now, and that is voter identification, the integrity of our elections, and just a lot of the public concern over things that could be happening, maybe inadvertently or intentionally, in some of our voter processes. I think this is one that we ought to seriously look at in terms of in terms of eliminating. And what this is it eliminates the section of code that says that an election official can actually waive the identification requirement if that election official personally knows the identity and residency of the voter. And, it sounds like that might be a really nice thing if someone comes in and says, "Hey, John, hey, Jane, good to see you. Yeah, don't worry about showing me your ID. I know who you are." Well, obviously, there are a lot of instances where that happens in terms of identifying somebody that's coming into an election or coming into a polling place to vote. But we don't do that with just about anything else. We card people who are 65 years old if they're going to buy an alcoholic beverage because that's the rule. And so to say that we would allow an election official waive the identification requirement because they happen to know somebody personally just doesn't set well. And so I recognize that there are plenty of things that I think we can look at in the entire election code that would be good conversation to have about how we can improve the code, but I don't believe, well, I'll have some more other comments about that in a minute, actually, but for purposes of what we're trying to do right now, I think this is an easy one to change, even though we would be adding this particular section to this ordinance in order to basically delete it from the code. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if I may ask Ms. McConnell or Ms. Jones to just speak to why would we have this practice in code where someone doesn't need to provide identification if the election official knows them.
Through the chair, Ms. LaFrance, this is a very old provision of the code. It has been in the code, and obviously it was primarily when we used polling locations, now our vote centers. I think it's because our election workers are our neighbors, our friends, our aunts and uncles and grandmas and moms and dads, and now my son and daughter. And so that is one of the reasons why this older provision has been in the code. The state of Alaska, in state elections, if you did go to a polling location and voted in person in November, the state of Alaska also has this provision in the code. So I think that it's there historically is what I would say.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton on the amendment?
Well, thanks. So, Ms. Kennedy, I really appreciate you bringing this up. You know, when we did kind of the old style, we'd go out to our polling location. I always appreciated I knew all the people who worked there, and it was a little social thing, and then I'd vote, and I never had to provide ID. But I think what you've done here by deleting this is very appropriate, and it matches what is going on in the rest of this ordinance, where we're tightening up and making it harder to, making fraudulent voter harder. So this definitely goes in the flow of the rest of the ordinance. So thank you. I will absolutely support this.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Apologies for getting in a second time, but after what Mr. Weddleton said, I had a question for Ms. Jones or Ms. McConnell. Since this is state practice, if we don't have it in our code, if we were to take this out, could someone still vote without providing ID then because it's in state code?
Through the chair, Ms. LaFrance, no. If this is taken out of our code, someone could not vote in a municipal election without ID, presenting ID at a polling location or accessible vote center. However, if it was a state election, yes, they still could.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. And this is on Kennedy Amendment number 3.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
There she goes. Whoops, just 1 minute.
That amendment is a...
Is that correct?
Hold on. So with Forrest recused, is 5 the new majority? Or do we still have 6? Can you remind me?
I have to look that up, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. So we're going to just take a short break so I can confirm the whether that is a passed or a failed amendment. Both are in concurrence that this is a substantive amendment which requires a majority of 6 to pass, so this amendment fails 5-4.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Yes, Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would suggest that if we cannot pass anything during this particular piece of legislation with a simple majority due to the fact that we're only voting by 9 members, then I think that it would be in order to move to postpone until we have 10 members then, if that's what it takes, to pass something. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Are you making such a motion?
Well, if we can't, like I said, if the ruling is that a simple majority is not enough to pass anything, whether we have 8 members present or 9 or 10, then yes, I would move to postpone.
Okay, we can go ahead and take that up now. Do you have a date certain, please?
Considering the number of amendments that we also have to deal with, and we won't be full up with 11 members until sometime in July, which I understand that could be some heartburn for some people, but I'd like to talk more about that too. But anyway, I would move to postpone for whatever first date we have in July.
So that would be July 13th.
Thank you. July 13th. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Kennedy, do you want to speak to it?
Well, again, it becomes problematic if none of the amendments could possibly pass by a simple majority. And I was going to suggest that we do that anyway for a couple of different reasons. One is I do have other amendments that I think are quite substantive. I think there are some other things in the entire code that I would like to address as well, which I think would be better served by bringing forward an entirely different ordinance. If there's a way to kind of do that over the next few months, that would definitely give people the time to work on that. But again, the bigger problem for me in a lot of this is, aside from obviously we don't have enough people to actually vote on passing anything, but the bigger problem is the sense that we're doing this right before an election. And I do think that that's not only bad optics, and we're at a time when we're trying to build trust. And I personally actually support the vast majority of what's in this because I think this is just a cleanup ordinance. I don't think that there's really anything in there that is substantive. The things that are substantive are the things that people would like to see addressed that we're really not putting in this ordinance right now. Just because there are places where the ordinance is fully printed out doesn't mean that those things are being added. A lot of what is already in this, what is in this ordinance is already in code. It's not being added. So with that in mind too, I think it would just be wiser for us to wait a little bit. And I have one question that I would like to pose to the municipal clerk, if I could please, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And that is there anything in this code revision that must be done in order to run an election with the integrity that we believe was done last year? And in other words, if we don't pass this tonight, would this cause us to have a less valid, a more questioned, and a potentially an improper election for 2021? Thank you.
Through the chair, Ms. Kennedy, yes, I do believe that there will be some problems with the election if we do not pass some of these technical corrections. I anticipate that there will be a lot of scrutiny on the municipal election. You and I have discussed observers. We've discussed the Election Commission. We do anticipate that we will have the public in the election center and the election centers observing the election. We want to make sure that these, what I agree with you, are fairly innocuous, to some degree semantic changes, that they properly reflect and communicate the election procedures, and those would provide transparency. If we are using the same terms that are in the code that are on our documents, we think that that will provide transparency to the public. It will be more accurate. And so yes, there are some provisions in here that I absolutely think should be approved. And it is a long document. It would take me a while to go through and tell you what those are, but I can.
All right, thank you, Ms. Jones. And I guess that does leave me with a bit of a disturbing thought that last year's election cannot quite stand up to the integrity that we hoped it did. But I will again just reiterate that I actually believe that we can hold a proper election just as we did last year. I don't think there was anything that rose to the occasion of being needed to be heavily scrutinized from last year's election. But I would hope that we would postpone this because, again, if it takes 6 or more at this point to vote for any kind of amendment, then I think we probably need to postpone. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would just like to note for the record that Ms. Jones in no way stated that there were any faults or fraud which occurred in our last election. So I just want to make sure that her words are not mischaracterized.
And Mr. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question to the clerk, please. When would be the last date in which we could make those corrections that you indicated, Ms. Jones, for them to be implemented for the upcoming election? Is that tonight, or would the meeting of the 26th be possible?
Through the chair, Ms. Zalatel, filing for office begins tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. We believe that that is the beginning of our election season and that this ordinance should pass before filing for office opens tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to clarify, too. I have, like I said, I have no doubt that our election last year was run with all integrity. And doesn't matter to me if somebody wants to argue that point. That is not what I'm arguing. I'm just basically arguing the point that it certainly seems to me that if we did it right last year with what we had in code, we can certainly do it correctly this year. So that was what I was getting at. So I just want to clarify that, and absolutely no offense, or I'm not impugning any kind of improper behavior on any part of Ms. Jones or her entire staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would urge against postponing and I suggest we take this up and vote on this tonight, because this ordinance ends the previous election cycle. We heard Ms. Jones and the chair of the Elections Commission talk about how after the regular election ends in April, this process immediately begins. And I don't know why members of the public may not have, or did not attend that particular Elections Commission meeting, but we have discussed this ordinance in work session and in the Ethics and Elections Committee. There's been a team of people involved in the review, and again, as we've seen so far, most of these changes are for clarity and continued improvements to the process. This is not something that's pushed through. This is an annual thing that is done, and it's going to start again after the regular election concludes in April. So we'll take up more changes or start taking those up then. So I would urge members to please vote against postponing, and let's continue the debate tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant, on the motion to postpone?
Yes, thank you. One of the rationales that was given was that it's not possible to get to a majority, and I will push back against that, that an idea that gains the support of a majority will in fact get the majority of votes, and there are enough bodies at this dais and on the phone to get to 6. And so it's not so much a question of we can't get there, it's the question of is this idea one that gains the support. And so I believe that a majority will say let's continue, and I believe we will get through these amendments tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
No.
That motion fails 7-2. We're going to go ahead and go back to amendments. Ms. Kennedy, are you going to bring forward amendment number 2?
No, I will not. That is the one I believe is quite substantive, and I also recognize that it wouldn't work if we're trying to push this through for this year. This amendment won't work for this year. What it applies to has already been printed, so that will come forward when I bring forward hopefully a path for dealing with the rest of the things in code that we might want to address. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have 2 amendment number 4s, one from Ms. Kennedy, one from Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Kennedy, are you bringing yours forward?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatel, are you bringing yours forward?
Mr. Chair, then I would bring amendment number 6 when we get to it.
Okay. We'll go ahead, skip number 4 then. Next, we have amendment number 5 from members Allard and Kennedy. Is there a motion? Okay. Hearing no motion, we'll move on to Zalatel amendment number 6. Is there a motion?
Yes, I move Zalatel amendment number 6.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy had previously submitted an amendment with the idea that portable copy machines be made available at vote centers for purposes of creating additional ballots with some tracking should they run short. This makes that option available, but does not take away the option of using other means should they be necessary as well. So I don't think it was a bad idea. However, I don't want the idea of a technical problem with a copier, we've all been there, or the unavailability of a copier or something like that to prohibit otherwise getting the job done. So I think it's a good idea. I just want there to be some flexibility in its execution. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Yeah. Go ahead. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to let everyone know a couple of interesting things about unofficial ballots. We actually do have copy machines already at the vote centers, and we have lots of copies of sample ballots. I admit one year I made 5,000 copies of sample ballots. We used about 200, but we wouldn't have known that, so I wanted to be prepared ahead of time. Photocopying, of course, would be cheaper. However, there are a couple of issues here, and one is that the clerk doesn't need to be notified prior to photocopying a sample ballot because the code requires the sample ballot to have a watermark on it. And it also requires the sample ballot to be on colored paper. And I think that's really helpful for all of us so that we always know that it's a sample ballot. So there's, I just wanted to provide that information in case that affected your consideration of this proposed amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Oh, thanks. So, reading this now, is this entire section 14 new, Ms. Jones?
No, Mr. Weddleton, it is not.
So is this provision where it says election officials may provide any available paper to voters, is that's been something that's been in the code for some length of time then?
Yes, Mr. Weddleton, it has, and I know it's been around at least, as Mr. Haberman mentioned, from 2012. I think Mr. Haberman said that 40% of the polling locations were shorted ballots, but I believe the statistic is more like 60%. And that happened in 2012, and so people did end up leaving the polling locations in 2012, according to the investigations, and didn't get to vote because there weren't sample ballots or regular ballots. And what we wanted to do when this was written in probably 2012 or 13 was just say, we want people to vote. You know, we might have a laminated ballot. You can copy over onto a sheet of paper what you want to vote. But we wanted to make sure not to turn people away. But I assure you, like I said, I made 5,000 copies of sample ballots. That will not happen in my tenure.
Okay, can I continue a little bit? So, and I sense the concern here would be that someone could just print up a whole bunch of these things and just bring you some person, a stack of pieces of paper that have someone's name on it, and it's all phony baloney. So is it, but to vote that, would you have had to provide ID, sign the book if you were at a polling location? Could you mail it in? Could I shove one into my mail-in envelope?
Mr. Weddleton, those are perfect questions. You are exactly correct. What we are talking about here, this is talking about insufficient official ballots at a polling location or vote center. So you're correct. We've run out of ballots for some reason. So all of those ballots, votes on a sheet of paper would absolutely be in an envelope. They would most likely be in a questioned envelope, as people have been talking about earlier, because this has to be reviewed and checked very carefully when this gets back to the election center to make sure that that ballot, that vote on a different piece of paper actually is a valid vote. So you are correct.
So it's checked more carefully than a normal ballot?
Absolutely.
Okay. I've not worked at a ballot station. Were this to happen, you're out of ballots, what would be the most likely piece of paper? A piece of paper or toilet paper? It's been stated in the testimony, I just want to check.
Well, Mr. Weddleton, the clerk's office does have a supply list. We provide paper to all of the vote centers and polling locations. The most likely scenario is that we would like people to vote on a photocopy of a sample ballot. And the reason is then all of us, you know, when this is being resolved from the question ballot, we can each take a look and say, oh yes, this is a yes vote. Oh, this is clearly a no. Oh, they didn't vote on this race, but they did vote in this race. And so I think the sample ballot is the best option. A piece of paper would be the next best option.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you. Hearing the information from the clerk, I withdraw my amendment if the second will agree.
Does the second agree? Okay. The second verbalizes yes. All right, then we're going to go ahead and move on. So is Zolotel Amendment number 4, is there going to be a motion on that? Okay. All right, that completes our amendments. So we're now back on the main motion. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Constant.
Thank you. We've heard a number of folks testifying that they don't trust vote by mail, but we know that the residents of Anchorage broadly do. And everything that has been brought into this ordinance...
Mr. Constant, could you get closer to the mic, please? Thanks.
Everything brought into this ordinance is not really a substantial change to our electoral system. The last time a substantial change to our electoral system happened was 2018, when with very broad support in the community from people of all parties and stripes, we moved to vote by mail and have seen an increased participation. I know personally 24 people in 2012 who were turned away and unable to cast a ballot. They showed up at their polling place and were told, no, I'm sorry, you cannot vote. That is the fate that we cannot allow an election to have in this municipality. When a qualified voter shows up, they cannot be turned away. And so the corrections made by this code make a very good leap toward cleaning up the small details that needed to be cleaned up. And I heard very interesting public conversation from dueling sides of opponents to the vote by mail who had opposite beliefs of what we were doing. One side said we shouldn't be doing this because you would be granting the clerk authority to investigate how you were, I don't know what they were talking about exactly, but this was broadly spoken about on one subset. And then another subset suggested this is just a pathway for fraud, but they have still not shown one case of fraud. Now, I am confident in the clerk and the municipal elections department that they will run, as they have every year back into 2012 when things really melted down at this municipality, will run a clean and fair election, and I support this ordinance.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. Just a couple more questions here, probably for Mrs. Jones. When we already talked about, so if they vote on paper, they've done everything else. They provided signatures and their ID and everything. But we had another point made is with the thing where they won't be accepted if their signature required. And the comment was, well, how do I know you got my ballot? But so is there a mechanism for someone to check to see if in fact their ballot was received and counted?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Yes, there is. So what the clerk's office does is we gather all of the ballots that came in the mail, and the ballots envelopes that were received in the drop boxes, and we process those daily in the morning. And then all of those ballot envelopes have a barcode on them. And the barcode for the ballot package ID, every single one of us has a unique ballot package ID. And so we run that through the mail sorting machine, and at the end of the day, we get a report. And the report is by ballot package ID. It's called the daily list, and we have a number of people. I met Ms. Kennedy this way because her husband signed up for the daily list. And we provide the daily list to people who are interested in it, or voters who call us up and say, did you receive my ballot? And we can look on the daily list and say, yes, we received your ballot yesterday. It's always the prior day's business. And we received it at the Service High School drop box. And that information is public information, and we provide it both to our voters and to other people from the public who wish to sign up for it. So voters can always call the voter hotline. It's 243-VOTE, 8683, and we will provide voters information if their ballot has been received and what the status of it is.
One more. Okay, so, and then there's just one last question. So we've heard comments and we can see changes in here. Does anything in here truly give the clerk more power?
Well, arguably, Mr. Weddleton, I would say no. I think the clerk does have the power currently to gather information on suspected fraud. I think I have reported to the Assembly many times that my favorite example is Ms. Demboski reported to us. She submitted a Facebook post that said, I voted my ballot and I voted your ballot and someone else's ballot that came to my house. And so what we believe that the clerk's office was empowered to do was to investigate that. We didn't send it to APD to investigate because we have that information in those records. We looked up the person. She was a qualified registered voter in Anchorage. There were other people that were qualified registered voters at that address. We monitored that address, and no one voted from that address. And we reported that to the Assembly in the Assembly memorandum asking you to certify the election. So since probably about 2018, I include every allegation that we receive from the public or from other sources, from our election workers, for example, about alleged fraud, and I report to you what happened in each of those instances. And that is one example of that.
All right, thank you. Can I, a few words then? So, okay, sorry to hog the mic here. So I will support this. And, you know, for those who are nervous about it, one thing, this has not been rushed. I mean, this started after the previous election, and it's gone through the committee, and it's gone through the work sessions, and the election commission and so on. Public is invited. Those we don't hide what we do. These are open meetings, and that people don't come is certainly not under our control, but it's open. And I know some were tracking it because I got comments after last year's election and followed up with it. So people are involved with it and have been. And the reason we're doing this kind of at the last minute right now is because we went slower on it. We slowed this down. We could have voted on this in December, but we didn't. We worked on it longer. And because making it more deliberate, and we've gotten lots of comments, only a few this evening, but I've gotten lots of emails on it, had email discussions and phone calls on it, and those are emails addressed to all Assembly members, so I know we have all gotten them. So we've actually had quite a few discussions on that, and you can see it in the amendments that we have. We've kind of clarifying things. So what we have here is really something that meets the goals that I think even people who criticized it have. It makes our election better. The wording in here makes it harder to commit fraud, and most of it is just edits. So I believe this really meets your goals, and I support it, and I think if you looked at it carefully, you would too. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just looking through my question list, and I think Mr. Weddleton covered it, so I'll just make a comment. As I've mentioned and others have mentioned, this has been a very involved process, and as Mr. Weddleton said, we slowed it down and took some time, and now we are starting the next election cycle, so we need to be doing this tonight. We're out of time. And I wanted to also note that as far as questions from the public, I've received a number of them, and the clerk's office has been very busy providing responses to the public, putting together fact sheets. And again, this is part of the annual process to keep making improvements. And someone had made a comment about this is a lot to put on the clerk. And I would say absolutely right. Preparing, conducting, supervising the elections, it's a huge job. It's critical. And the clerk's office approaches it with the greatest sense of duty, professionalism, and solemnity of this task. And I would also say that, you know, at the state level, elections are overseen by the lieutenant governor. And here it's the legislative body. It's true, the clerk's office works closely with the Assembly and reports to the Assembly. And I think that's a better arrangement to have the legislative body in charge and involved rather than having it with the executive branch as well. So I appreciate all the feedback from members of the public, and especially the work of Ms. McConnell and Ms. Jones and the Election Commission. Thank you for that. And, you know, we'll be starting the process again soon enough in April, and I hope that all of you here will continue to be involved in that and perhaps consider applying for the Elections Commission and attend some of those meetings as well. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Did you have something? Yeah. Madam Clerk?
Through the chair, Ms. LaFrance reminded me, not only can people apply to serve on the Election Commission, we do have, I believe, a job is currently posted for election workers. So if people are interested in election workers, they should go to www.muni.org on the jobs page, and there is an elections job that's open if people are interested in applying. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Chair.
Apologies. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't sure if I was still in the queue or not, but you know, this actually has gotten to be relatively troublesome for me. Not so much for what the content of this ordinance is, but the fact that we are doing it right before an election, and the fact that because we're even doing this right before an election, we have to exclude one of the assembly members in the discussion and in the vote. I will say that I believe there are a lot more serious and more substantive things that we need to be dealing with, and this ordinance, as I mentioned before, is really not the mechanism by which to bring those things forward, and certainly wouldn't have lended itself very well to the good, full community conversation that we would want to have. Having a commission for reviewing our election is probably a good thing, but the public doesn't really know about it, and that's the hard part, is really trying to get that good, solid public engagement. So like I said, I've got a plan I'll bring forward, hopefully at the next meeting, and we can discuss this more, and I certainly want to delve into the parts of the code that I think really do need some attention. A bit begrudgingly, I think, I'll support this, but I really do know that this is going to, even though people that don't really get a chance to really delve into this, there will just be a sense that there's something up here. You know, they'll just say, this just can't be right, that you're changing election code right before an election. And they may not take the time to really see what this particular ordinance does, but it'll be enough to cause the public to be suspicious. And I am concerned about that, because I don't think right now we need any more fuel to that fire. But anyway, I think I will support this, but I just want everybody to know that we're not done, and there's definitely some more work of a substantive nature that can be done on this. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Yes.
That item is approved 8-1. Next, we have item 14A, resolution number AR 2020-443, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage approving one or more master lease purchase agreement schedules and appropriating an amount not to exceed $537,300 from the proceeds of one or more master lease purchase agreement schedules to the Anchorage Community Development Authority capital improvement budget and approving a revised ACDA 2021 CID.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. We're going to start with our phone list. We have Mr. Williams. Hi, Mr. Williams. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on item 14A, resolution number AR 2020-443. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon. Niall Williams here. I represent 1776 Alaska. Would like to speak to Anchorage Ordinance 2020443. In this document we have apparently a number of projects that are going to go on, updating some light systems downtown. It speaks that the project is going to cost $537,000. Nowhere in this document does it say exactly how long it will take to earn this money back. The project will be done by Westco International, which is a intercontinental multi-conglomerate company that makes billions of dollars a year. It's a Fortune 200 company. I would like to, in this time of COVID, it would be necessary, I would think, to employ more local resources to fill these jobs. I know it states that there's 12 workers locally, but that seems a little insufficient funds on that one. Next, I would like to flip to page number 16. On that, we have a schedule. Today's date is January 14th, and if you look at the first 4 line items, the project kickoff occurs on January 1. Then project NTP, the 4th through the 5th. Contractor onboarding, the 6th through the 12th. And product is already being ordered Wednesday the 13th and today the 14th. So I would like to ask, through the chair, Alexander Slivka, how are we funding this if we haven't actually appropriated the money yet? Seems a little bit sketchy. Next, I would like to flip to page number 23, Certificate of Insurance. Well, have we awarded this contract or not? Because it says that this is a sample evidence of insurance is provided below. Why don't they have their actual certificate of liability insurance? What will be the actual savings cost that will be associated with this? When can the municipality expect to have a payback? Also here on, let's see here, page 3 of the beginning, it states that we have $89 million in projects, of which there's $34 million remaining, $34 million. I would say through the chair, it's time to put all these projects on hold. Why don't we take half that money and give it to all the businesses that have shut down, the tombstones from the last assembly meeting on the 12th, all the tombstones should get a percentage payout of that. $17 million for the tombstone.
Sir, but your time is up. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Felix. Bye-bye.
We're going to go ahead and go to in-person testimony. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Russ Reno. I am a business owner downtown, and I speak for myself this evening on this subject. I too have a major problem with this. Every year, we're given an opportunity in an assembly area in our community council to choose what we would like to see fit our part of town and what we'd like to see fixed up and done. Lighting has been on a huge list of ours for many, many years in our council, trying to get someone to replace the lighting that we've had downtown. And now the ACDA could just simply come in and change the capital improvements with just coming in here and getting a blank check from you. The way I read this, and I may read this wrong, but the way I read this is you're simply allowing them to first present this and say, we don't know where we're going to get the money. And then now they want $300,000 or $500,000 to find a lender that will save you more money by getting you more on the interest rate. Well, why didn't we just do that first before we ever went into this project in the first place? And again, I'm not an authority on this. I don't understand this document. To me, it seems like it's a lot of minutia with a bunch of things in here to once again give money to an entity ran by some key individuals in this administration rather than actually listening to the people. And we've asked you for many, many, many years for improvements in certain areas of town, which you keep refusing to put on the capital improvement projects. Let you allow these big special interest groups to come in here and just rewrite them like that and give them a blank check to go on. I am totally opposed to ACDA Board of Directors to be purchasing implementations on the, oh, excuse me, I misread there, I apologize. I'm opposed to them being able to go in there and literally decide everything and then get a paycheck for how they're going to manage that money. And if I don't remember where I read it, but I do believe they have that right to 2025 or something like that on this project. That seems a little excessive. It seems a little bit, the fact that you're turning everything over to Easy Park and the ACDA rather than listening to the people and what we want to use that money. That money could go a long way. We don't even get benefit from those parking garages. You know, downtown as a business owner, I cannot get a reduction for my employees at Easy Park. Downtown as a business owner, I don't have a place to park downtown. I have to pay for it, $150, sometimes $200 a month in order to just be able to park downtown. I don't have any loading zones in front of my business. I have to go in and find a way or make special requirements so I can actually block off a road, which means paying more money, or buy a whole parking spot in order to get in there. And you're going to give them how many millions of dollars to put some new lights in a parking lot that is always empty, in parking garages that are always empty. Meanwhile, the residents and the business owners downtown have no place to park. I'm sorry, I'm against this. And I'm against any time that you keep ignoring the people and what we really want for the money to go to.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Rachel Colvard. I actually have questions about this. So that's over $500,000. I thought we were going to use union contractors for purchases and work that was over $500,000. And I do like the LED lights because they reduce costs, operating costs, which is going to be important after you just killed almost 100 Anchorage businesses.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? And if anyone else would like to testify, please line up.
Thank you, William Topol. My assembly representatives, supposedly Mr. Peterson, Mr. Dunbar. I look at this as a larger scale, what I've done in my home a few years ago when I retrofitted my incandescent lights to LEDs. Because I lived in poverty at that time, I had to schedule a series of when and where I would place my LEDs to get the maximum savings in order to be able to buy and install my next series of LEDs. Is there such a schedule in this? Because this is a lot of money to put out at once. And if there's no anticipated savings of $500,000 in 1 year, then we're allowing too much to be bought at once. You follow me? Okay. So unless we can see that return in savings in 1 year time, that's a lot of money to go out. And we don't see a return in savings on this, as far as I could tell. I point that out as a homeowner. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Mr. Weddleton.
Well, thanks. You know, people actually asked some pretty good questions here, and I would say given generally this stuff's fairly simple for us. This is an independent kind of authority that the city kind of owns, but they act independently. So they're, just as a separate business. So the way that is, they can't do street lighting. So, but they can do for the facilities they own, and so they own parking garages primarily. And that's what they're lighting. And this does have some really extensive documentation. It says the payback period, as Mr. Williams had asked about, is under 10 years, and the savings are quite substantial. And LED lighting is just generally better. It looks better. It's more flexible on what you do and so on. But it's an independent authority. It's just our job to approve their capital program, which we did. And now they're saying, okay, we're going to move forward with this. It'll take 2 years. Can we get a loan to pay for it, and we approve that. And it's, so it's a fairly simple matter, and I think anyone, like Mr. Topol said, switching to LEDs makes sense. I've done it in my business, and it's the cost has come down so much. It's just it's something you're going to see worldwide. We are seeing it. So anyway, I do support this. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like Mr. Weldon, I was just going to mention the return on investment is pretty quick, actually. It's about 2 years, according to the proposal, or maybe it's 10. But, well, so there's the by the numbers piece in the proposal here, and the savings are pretty spectacular. We've seen this happen with other energy upgrades throughout the municipality, so we would want a private business where we still have to approve its capital budget to take advantage of similar things. This is also in line with the ideas that this body has passed through the Climate Action Plan. So this is really in line with where we've been headed for a while for energy efficiency, which in the long run, I believe, actually, as the individual said, you do this to save money eventually, and it will do that. So I think this is a great idea. It's something I think a lot of us have done ourselves in our homes. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A relatively quick question, I hope. And I was just kind of wondering about the timing of this. I mean, obviously, we approved the budget back in November, and this is a very large addition or increase to that budget. And I just wondered what took so long to get this all squared away, and why couldn't it have been included in the original approval period for the budget? Thanks.
Through the chair, Alex Slivka, and in full disclosure, among my many roles besides Chief Fiscal Officer, I also serve on the board of ACDA. So there were many items issued, and I want to thank Mr. Williams for his eagle eye. But to Ms. Kennedy's exact question, we've been working on this for a while, and we apologize that it wasn't actually included in the capital budget that got brought forth. I would point out that this is basically a net zero impact in that we are borrowing the money, and as has been pointed out, the achieved savings in lower electrical rates will actually cover all of the lease payments. So we expect a very quick turnaround time, payoff time. My numbers, as I remember them, are about 3.5 years in terms of, spending 500 grand. Just as a reminder that ACDA spends over $300,000 a year just on electricity. So hopefully I've answered all the questions. I would point out to the gentleman that talked about LED lighting downtown, there is something on the bonds for this year that does address LED lighting, and then there's an assembly hearing tomorrow that's going to talk about that, which will hopefully provide him with more information. I'll stop there to see if I answered Ms. Kennedy's question.
Well, thank you, Mr. Slivka. I think my answer was that you said it just kind of got away from you and you just didn't have time to actually get it in time to include it with the budget process for the end of 2020. If I'm clear on that in what I said, then that's great. And if I misunderstood that, then you can certainly go ahead and correct me, Mr. Slivka, but thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You do understand it correctly, and that does remind me of another thing that Mr. Williams pointed out. We actually have not started this yet. I myself did see that schedule in there. The schedule was a proposed one, based on hopeful approval prior to January, but no, we haven't done anything. We are waiting for Assembly approval to start the whole process.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. And that, Mr. Slivka also addresses the question of the certificate of liability insurance. That issue is, that won't be published until they have a contract. And so that's, or at least until they have a pretty close to final contract. And I want to address the concern that was raised that this somehow is taking away from the priorities of the downtown in lighting initiatives. And I think that we had a discussion pretty recently about the 4th Avenue lighting project and the concerns and the costs. And the downtown lighting needs are close to $80 to $100 million. And this project doesn't have anything to do with that. It doesn't take away or change any priorities. This CIB only amends the ACDA portion of this, the CIB. It's not an amendment to the construction and project management planning for downtown or any other part of town. And so this is separate from that, and that although we still don't have broad agreement on which areas should be lit first or rebuilt first, the planning and the construction is on 4th Avenue. So this doesn't have anything to do with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 14B, resolution number AR 2020-444, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly appropriating an amount not to exceed $14,008,000 of revenues pursuant to contract number F65501-80-D-0018 with the United States government to pay Chugach Electric Association, Inc. for providing services pursuant to a subcontractor agreement between the municipality of Anchorage and Chugach.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Start with our phone list with Mr. Williams.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Williams. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 14B, resolution number AR 2020-444. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairperson Rivera. Niall Williams again, 1776 Alaska. Get on the Freedom and Liberty train. So we're studying here payments given to Chugach Electric Association. So we just recently sold municipal light and power to Chugach Electric, and now we are paying them what appears to be monthly payments of $14 million until this government sale is approved through the novation request. And then it's supposedly going to get reimbursed. I'd like to discuss the second page, AM 724-2020, and on the bottom it has 8 other charges for services that have different accounting codes and strings attached to them. So through the chair, Alexander Slivka again, it would be nice if these could be more clarified to the public exactly what these other charges for services go to. Are they going to actual kilowatt hours used? Or are they going to pay off executives? Are they going to pay off insurance policies? What exactly are they paying for? Another point I'd like to bring up, Anna C. Henderson, the current municipal manager that took over for William Falsey upon his resignation, actually used to be the director of municipal light and power. Well, through the chair, I was listening to Anna C. Henderson's induction ceremony when she became an officer of the municipality as municipal manager. And she actually revealed in that discussion that she had been working for, quote, 2 weeks before she actually got the approval from the assembly body. So she had been working for more than one pay period before she got the approval to be a municipal manager from the assembly body. So that means we had to pay her out ahead of time. Definite conflict of interest. I don't necessarily oppose this because we have to fulfill our contracts. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to go ahead and move on to in-person testimony. Would anyone like to testify on this item? Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I live in the Metro Valley. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. I'll be short, but I wasn't planning on speaking on this. I was putting it aside, but then, as you know, I say the words, I believe in transparency. There's 4 pages here. That's all there is on this document that's before you. 4 pages. There's an amount, 14,008,000. I mean, where's the transparency in that? You have an amount, but you don't have the details of what is exactly the municipality is doing. You see the words administered by and all that. And it concerns me, particularly the deal that I strongly protest in the selling of Chugach. I mean, not selling the municipal light and power to deal with Chugach, selling it to Chugach. I was strongly opposed in the process and all that. Now you've got an item here. I thought that item's already been closed, the selling and all that stuff, but we're talking about a $14 million here. And if you're going to talk about a $14 million deal here, you got specifics and you got to have a contract there and show it to the public and you to know what you're signing off on. But you don't do that. This is not the time to have just basically the amount, $14 million, and not specify exactly what the performance needs are by one of the parties to the other party. Now, whether or not one is paying one and later on they get reimbursed or whatever, the fact is, what are the parties performing here? This is not the time to have that lack of information. So I strongly oppose you approving this thing. There should have been more of a report and presentation by the administration on this to explain this matter. But even an explanation on this matter, even after I speak and the public speaks on this, this is not the time to cut off testimony because the public had no chance to hear the response to the public comment on this if the administration responds to this thing. This is the time for you to step up and be responsible and do the right thing in being your responsibility, fiduciary responsibility in handling the city's money, and that is have it out in the open, what is being done, before you go ahead and proceed and do whatever you want to do. And I leave you with 38 seconds to spare. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton.
So, Mr. Slivka, could you give us like someone, Ms. Henderson, who's dealt with this 6 sentences? What's going on here?
Thank you, Assemblymember Weddleton. As you know, the sale of ML&P to Chugach Electric was completed at the end of October. I view this as a housekeeping item. With the sale came the obligation to serve Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson was transferred to Chugach. There's a tariff rate that provides for that provision of service. However, the municipality held the contract for the actual payment.
Ms. Henderson, can you speak up a little bit, please?
Yes. Would you like me to start over? Or
please continue.
Okay. So the municipality held the contract for the payment because you can't get money from the federal government without a contract. They would not allow the transfer of that contract to Chugach at close. So we're going to go through what's called a novation process. It will take, excuse me, my mask is stifling. We're going to go through what's called a novation process. It may take several months. So the $14 million estimate is based on the amount of time we think it's going to take to go through that process, and we need to be able to collect the revenue on Chugach's behalf and then pass it on to them. So that's what's going on.
Okay, so we get a check from J. Bear and we give it to Chugach Electric to pay for the electricity.
Exactly, and then they reimburse us for the administrative cost to process that payment for them and do the administrative work.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Salatel?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just really quick, novate or novation is just replaced with a new contract. It's a term that maybe folks aren't familiar with. And then if you add up the amount coming in versus the amount going out, it looks like the municipality expects to bring in about $8,000, if my math is correct. Always double check my math, but in administration fees. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think my question's been asked because I was just thinking just in terms of a potential cash flow problem on behalf of the municipality, but it sounds like the government's actually making a monthly payment. We're not just fronting all of those costs. We're actually billing them by the month, and they're paying that per month. So I think, unless somebody wants to correct me, I think I understand what the cash flow process is. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 14E, ordinance number...
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
may we take 5 before we start into this next section? So,
Sure, we can take a short break.
thank you.
Just going to go ahead and take your seats. We're going to get started here in a second. All right, let's go ahead and get back to work. Thank you. Okay, so we now have before us item 14E, ordinance number AO 2020-137, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly to establish government-to-government relations between the municipality of Anchorage and the sovereign native village of Eklutna by amending Anchorage Municipal Code. And we're going to go ahead, public hearing is now open on this item. We're going to go ahead and start with our phone list like normal, and then we'll go to in person. We have 3 folks on our phone list. First, we're going to start with Mr. Aaron Leggett. Okay, sure. I will take him off the list then. Next, we're going to hear from Ms. Sandy Powers.
Hi, this is Sandy.
Hi, Ms. Powers. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 14E, ordinance number AO 2020-137. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Sandy Powers. I am the president of the Alaska Charitable Gaming Alliance, an attorney that is working with us on following the federal court case with the native village of Eklutna versus the Department of Interior suggested that I get on record and testify about opposing this ordinance. I want to state first and foremost that the Alaska Charitable Gaming Alliance represents many nonprofit organizations across the state of Alaska that charitable gaming proceeds benefit Alaska Native charities and individuals all over the state of Alaska. I am very supportive of our Alaska Native community, and I did not want that to be misunderstood somehow that this was against them, that it's against their efforts to get a casino. This resolution started when Mr. Berkowitz was mayor. It was public knowledge that he wanted NBE to have a casino, and I think it's important to go on record stating my belief that this ordinance could resolve some of the deficiencies of the federal court case. You've all been supplied a supplement that I took directly cut and pasted from the federal court case, and then also the federal defendant's answer to the complaint. This shows a lot of deficiencies. I'll read just a couple of short ones where it's showing a lack of government authority that is about to be granted to the native village of Eklutna. Number 25, before and after AMSCA's passage, successive NBE tribal governments have continued to exercise authority over its lands, tribal members, and the land they owned or occupied. The federal answer to that was the allegations in paragraph 25 are vague in its identification of the lands in question, and on that base are denied. Item number 55 is short. I'll read that one. The tribe has taken numerous actions and government authority over gaming on tribal lands, and the response to that is the allegations in paragraph 55 are vague in identification of the government authority in question, and on that basis are being denied. The court case shows that NBE has deficiencies in government-to-government relationships and jurisdiction over the Ondola allotment. So if the Assembly passes this ordinance, it could establish the government-to-government relationships with the MOA that could solve some of those deficiencies, and that's why I'm against that.
Thank you for your testimony. Last on our phone list, we have Mr. Williams. Hi, Mr. Williams. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 14E, ordinance number AO 2020-137. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairperson Rivera. I would first like to say that as a new Alaskan, only being up here a few years, I find Native culture to be something to marvel at and to learn a lot from. They have much great history, and their familial structure is absolutely amazing to look at and something that we should all strive to learn. I noticed a couple things in this document that I'd just like to speak to. On page 3, the points of contact, 3.105.015, it says the mayor or his/her designee shall be the point of contact between the MOA and the native village of Eklutna. I would like to ask a question through the chair to the entire assembly body or the administration. Is this an existing or a new position? So will it be someone that already exists within the municipality's employment, or will it be someone new? Moving down that same page to 020, regular training required. So that says that at least once per year that MOA employees will have to be trained in the history and legal status of tribes within Alaska and the municipality and issues of concern to tribes. So I would like a quote of time spent from this. Will this be a 1-hour training, a 1-day training, a 1-week training, or how long will it be? And will this affect all municipal employees? I know there's probably about 4,000 municipal employees. I mean, do people that work on the trucks, do they need to, do people that fix the vehicles for the municipality need to have this training? How about the people that work for the Anchorage Downtown Partnership? Do they need to have this training? I think that would be important to know. As well on the memorandum page, AM 738-2020, down to the proposed changes to code include, it says on the second bullet point, granting designated representatives of the native village 5 minutes of time during a public hearing. As standard, like with the, if you're part of any group, only one member of the group per meeting can get that 5-minute bonus allotment. So I think that same one member from that group per meeting getting the bonus allotment of time should be included as an amendment if someone could propose that tonight. If this is a ruse to...
Mr. Williams, you are out of time. Thank you for your...
Understood. Thank you.
All right, that completes our phone list for testimony. We're going to go ahead and move on to in-person testimony. Welcome.
My name is Russ Reno. I'm a downtown business owner. I will keep this short, sweet. And again, I have to stand up for this because I'm aware that this is something that should be included, because just like a community council, you have a native group that is down here and they do have a say in what we should be doing. I think it's a good thing for us to have an alliance going on. I'm not too sure what's going on with the gambling portion of it. I have no comment on that, but I do know the initial intent is to keep the native people's dialogue going, and 5 minutes for them to speak as you would an assembly or a official or as a community council is more than appropriate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify? Welcome.
Good evening, Assembly. William Topel, T-O-P-E-L. I got a few questions about this ordinance. So I'm not sure if it's a good thing or a bad thing. First question is, and by the way, I do recognize the sovereign right of our federally recognized tribes in this country. It's in our Constitution. Okay, first question. Has the Chugach Eagle River Birchwood Community Council weighed in on this yet? Okay. Second question I had, it's mentioned twice in this ordinance here. Section 1.70.040 and 3.105030. Pages 4 and 2, no private right of action. Now, is this going to take away the sovereign right of people to deal with any situations? Because it kind of, in my reading of this, does that. So the people are not sovereign with respect to this issue? I think that's a legitimate question. Okay. And I think number 3, I was hoping there would be somebody from the native village of Eklutna here tonight to talk about this. I apparently don't see anybody or hear anybody, because if they were to recommend this, I'd probably be more inclined to be for it. Okay? If it's just a matter of getting a legal step in place so a casino can be built on their land, but what happens if the people in that area don't want to have all the things that go along with a casino in that area? And that's again why I ask if the Chugach, Birchwood, Eagle River community area has weighed in on this. I think those are all my questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome.
Jennifer Anderson. So I'm not necessarily opposed to this, but I have concerns. It does look like it's starting off some framework to permit a casino out in Eklutna. I grew up in California. A number of the tribes down in California have got casinos outside of my hometown. That can cause a lot of problems. The current problems they're causing down in California is that they're operating at full capacity, full-blown, and helping spread the transmission of COVID. And there's not a damn thing the surrounding communities can do about it. So I have some concerns about the gambling, stepping outside the framework of how we do gambling in the state of Alaska right now. I have concerns that this lays framework so that the Eklutna Village can have a casino. I don't think that's a good plan. I'd like to have more insight into that. I have concerns about the regular training required. What is the value to the taxpayer of training the municipal employees about the village of Eklutna? If Eagle exit happens, will we add regular training required regarding the history of Eagle River? If Girdwood decides to become their own town, will we have regular training about Girdwood's history? I don't see a value to the taxpayer of taking employees out of their regular duties that they need to provide service as public servants, pulling them out to do training on the village of Eklutna. I think that's a bad plan. I think it's irresponsible with your money. I think it's also frustrating for the employees when they know that they have other duties to perform and they're pulled out for 15 minutes, an hour, 3 hours, 2 days. Who knows? It'll vary by administration, I imagine. Under a report to the Assembly, it talks about preparing a report to the Assembly. What are the consequences to future administrations on that? How does that impact their time? How does it impact the resources, the limited resources of the municipality to prepare these reports? I am not actually opposed to the 5-minute thing. The comparison to the community councils having 5 minutes, being larger organizations having 5 minutes, I can understand that. I don't have any objections to that. As with everything you're doing, I'd like you to really slow down. You know, every meeting is jam-packed with zillions of ideas that each one seems very controversial. I'd like you to slow down, including with this, please.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome.
That's right, I'm vertically challenged. Hi, my name is Rachel Colvard. I am actually in favor of this. I think government-to-government relations is a good thing. I think having discussions is a good thing. I would like them to build their casino because I would like to go out there. I know that's putting the gambling institutions in town, getting their panties in a bunch about competition, but I would, as much as possible, for people to have self-determination and secure their own means of income, I would like them to be able to do that. And so I am in favor of opening negotiations and contact with those other people that live in the area where we live. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify? Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman, a 43-year Alaska resident, 20 of those years Anchorage resident, currently a resident of the Valley. Well, I guess I'm alone on my comments with what I have to say, and it shouldn't be a surprise to you. You should not be selective in who you say, okay, these people have special privileges to speak, a special relationship, and forget the rest. You are denying the right of the individual or organizations out there in the community, in the state, or wherever. You have a public meeting, you invite people of the public, but you are creating a document that says, we're going to have a special relationship with this group. And what you've done is create a bias. You discriminate against the rest of the state or anyone else that wants to participate. And a good example that you complied with what I'm saying is when you dealt with this item here before you, you had a discussion at a public meeting. I believe it was last week. It was a public meeting, remote. And who was party of the public to speak? It was a work session where you discussed it. And who did you invite? Entities that connect with that. Bill Starr, former assembly member, had an opportunity to speak, but the public did not have a chance. But to have this selective situation of this, any group, and say, we're going to have special privileges to this group versus everyone else, this is absolutely wrong. And where are you going to do it next? There's a bias situation. You are dealing with issues from time to time. And yes, you're dealing with issues that affect them. And they have a right to participate. But by participate, they have to be a balanced participation with everyone in this room, not somewhere else, not remote. You can't be doing this, or no, you may be doing it, but you should not be doing it. You show it in your meetings and like consent agenda. A lot of these resolutions of this group over that group, and you continue doing that. And you cost a lot of time without dealing with issues. You want to say, hey, we're really for this group and that group. Wrong. You are supposed to be responsible for everyone, and you should be treating everyone fairly and respectfully. But this does not do it. But I'd like to close this other thing. I don't know if it's this group, but I remember there was one entity dealing with Native. The city had a lawsuit. And it soured the relationship of the city and the Native group. And then about a year or so ago, you started talking. But when I went and witnessed a meeting, I also tried to find out, if, as a member of the community in the state, can I attend meetings with the Native groups? And guess what I find out? If you're invited, when I try to get bylaws, no. Who are we talking about? AFN? And Native corporations. So I say, don't do this. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version, please.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Before we move on to amendments, Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to get us kicked off. I have a comment and then a question for the administration, for Ms. Willoughby, that perhaps once we have this discussion out on the table, it might reduce some of the amendments that go forward. So speaking to some of the public testimony we've heard tonight, starting with that of Ms. Powers. So she said that this came from Mr. Berkowitz. That, of course, is not the case. The three of us from the Assembly have been working on this for the last year and are doing that independently, and so that was a false statement. She stated that we are granting governmental authority. That, of course, is also false. Nothing in this ordinance grants any authority, nor does the municipality have the ability to grant sovereignty, for example. That is purely a question of federal law. And the perception this is a framework for a casino is also not true. This is completely unrelated to casino gambling. That is a federal law question, and there is a federal case ongoing. And our actions here will not impact that. And so I'd like to call on Ms. Willoughby, if that's all right, from the administration, the attorney. She also has worked with us on this ordinance, and ask her if this ordinance relates to the ability of the Klutna to have casino gambling, and if she could tell us a little bit about the case that they are working on that involves a piece of land where they might want to see gaming.
Thank you. Ms. Willoughby?
Yes, this is Jessica Willoughby. I'm an assistant municipal attorney. And with regards to the concerns that I've heard tonight about this ordinance somehow affecting or strengthening the native village of Eklutna's claim to gaming rights, as Mr. Dunbar said, I would strongly disagree that this ordinance has anything to do with the ongoing litigation in the native village of Eklutna's effort with regards to getting the federal government to recognize their gaming rights under federal legislation. So the ordinance before you tonight is procedural, not substantive in nature. Yes, it recognizes federally recognized tribes. It includes the word sovereign. It requires regular meetings. It sets out a framework for government-to-government relations. But this is really nothing new between governments. Both the federal government, the state government use this language, use these processes regularly, and I imagine they do so for many of the reasons that we're putting this ordinance together tonight, or that the Assembly members have sponsored this ordinance out of respect or simple because it makes sense for efficiency reasons. There's a lot of commonalities here to take advantage of. The municipality, we're an instrument of the state, as Mr. Dunbar said. It's really not our jurisdiction to either grant sovereignty or to weigh in on whether or not the native village of Eklutna has jurisdictions over the lands. That's a federal question, and that's a question for the court. The state has a government-to-government agreement with the tribe. The Millennium Agreement between federally recognized sovereign tribes of Alaska and the state of Alaska was signed back in 2001. You'd be able to find dozens of state tribal consultation policies readily available online. I found one tonight by DHSS from 2018. It recognizes tribal sovereignty, self-governance, authority. Federal departments and agencies go further to fulfill their requirements to consult with tribes on different matters. And these agreements are valuable not because they're substantive, because they say yay or nay about territorial jurisdiction, because they don't, but they institutionalize relationships. They preserve gains made in relationships, establish a base for further intergovernmental work. They are efficient and save time. Also, just a word about the nature of the lawsuit. It's an appeal of an administrative decision from 2018, and generally such judicial review is limited to what's in the record already. So what the court is doing now is looking back to how the agency made the determination in June 2018 and seeing whether it was arbitrary, if it was wrong, if it was in legal terms arbitrary, capricious, and abuse of discretion. So it's a historical look-back analysis. It's not a live controversy now. There are some exceptions to that, but think it's highly unlikely that anything that MOA would do at this point would be considered by the federal court as relevant, much less persuasive. And I think Ms. Powers, she mentioned that the controversies about jurisdiction over the Undala allotment, and I would repeat, there's no mention of territorial jurisdiction. There's no mention of the Undala allotment in this ordinance. This ordinance is about providing infrastructure for government-to-government relations, and that's as far as it goes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Did you have anything else, Ms. Willoughby?
I can answer any other questions, but I'm hoping I answered Mr. Dunbar's question.
Thank you. Did you have anything else, Mr. Dunbar?
No, thank you. No, that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant, did you want to speak before we get to amendments?
Yeah, I don't know that we want to go through all the amendments before we've laid the foundation for what's actually happening here, because a number of the amendments are addressing concerns that, are tackling a question that's not before us. And so I'm not sure, but we do have Aaron Leggett, who is the president and the chief of the Native Village of Eklutna, who's on the line, as well as the North Star Group, who helped us work through the process. And we have a long-term Alaska Native rights attorney who's tried to sign up to call in, but I guess didn't get on the list, named Walt Featherly. And so all of that is context for this conversation. It can happen earlier or later.
Thank you. I am happy hearing from Mr. Leggett, and then I would like us to proceed on with the amendments, which is our normal course of action. So if Mr. Leggett would like to speak, and then we'll do the amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to just take this opportunity to thank the three Assembly representatives and Ms. Willoughby for their hard work on this, what I believe is monumental achievement for both of our governments. I also want to take a moment to address something that came up in the limited reporting by Ms. Suzanne Downing in Must Read Alaska in reference to the work session last week, when I was specifically asked of an example whereby tribal consultation would take place that had an impact on the municipality of Anchorage. I mentioned the Port of Anchorage, and what I was specifically referencing was a letter that was sent by the Economic Development Administration on May 5th of 2020. I'll read a bit from it. The municipality of Anchorage submitted a 2019 disaster supplemental application to the Economic Development Administration to assist in the construction of the petroleum and cement terminal at the Port of Anchorage at 2000 Anchorage Port Road. The EDA portion of the overall replacement of the petroleum and cement terminal are the dolphins, catwalk fenders, fuel lines, petroleum hose towers. Further down in the document, it says that the Alaska EDR researched the Alaska Historic Resources Survey Systems to identify historic and cultural sites in or at close proximity to the project site of the Port of Alaska. Several sites at the port were identified as buildings that were owned by the Port of Alaska. No cultural sites are identified at the proposed project site for the new petroleum and cement terminal. The National Historic Preservation Act, Section 106, requires federal agencies to consult with appropriate state and local officials. Therefore, EDA is reaching out to the Native Village of Eklutna as a possible interested tribe in the municipality of Anchorage's Port of Alaska petroleum and cement terminal proposed project. So what was said was that it would somehow could affect major development. That was not the case. Simply through the National Historic Preservation Act, it allows the tribe to comment on potential sites that may not be aware. So I just wanted to be clear on that point of something as a good example of something that has an effect on the city when it's involving federal dollars, and how working together can be achieved, we can achieve better outcomes. That was the biggest thing that I wanted to say. I just want to say that again, as was stated by Mr. Dunbar and Ms. Willoughby, we believe and always have that the issues that are in the federal courts are completely separate issues and that those are being used to somehow justify not taking action on this. But again, I want to assure you that we have always believed that the two things are completely separate, and all we are trying to do by creating a government-to-government agreement is to create opportunities where we can have more dialogue and work towards creating a better city for all of our citizens.
Thank you, Mr. Leggett. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to our amendments. So we have 3 of them. First, we have Kennedy Amendment number 2. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair, if I might, I'd like to move Kennedy Amendment number 4.
Is there moved and seconded? Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment, as you can read in the purpose of the amendment, is to just clarify a little bit better the idea about when we can have a meeting. I had toyed with the idea of just having one required meeting a year, but obviously 2 doesn't hurt, other than it keeps people busy, and I understand that. But what this actually does then is add another statement that says when there's a need, we want to be able to meet. When something arises outside of those 2 already assigned or planned or scheduled meetings, we want the opportunity for either group to be able to request a meeting, and not that one has to agree to it. But I just think that there are times when something could come up that's outside of one of those 2 regular meetings, and we don't want to have to wait. So this just provides an opportunity with the statement, and when mutually agreed, after a request by either government to address matters of immediate concern. This just provides some leeway and some understanding that at any time either government could request an additional meeting other than the 2 that will be required yearly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant, on the amendment?
Thank you. As this was drafted the first time, it wasn't supportable, but this language is absolutely supportable, and I think it's a positive framing of the language, so I would urge support of this amendment.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
That amendment is approved 10-0. Going back to amendment number 2, are you going to be bringing that forward, Ms. Kennedy?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move Kennedy Amendment number 2.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is relatively straight. I will say that it seems like the word sovereign trips people up, and we don't have a definition for the term sovereign anywhere in our code, other than I believe there's one place where it talks about sovereign immunity. But we do have a precedence for using the term federally recognized, which is actually was actually changed in the S version, and so it just seemed to me that it was reasonable to conclude that language in the title of that particular part of the code as well. And I mentioned that there's precedence. We do have that terminology as well used in the original Memorandum of Understanding in regard to a coordinated agreement for regular meetings and communication that was passed back in 2007. So anyway, I was just trying to stay along the lines of being consistent. I think the only other remedy for this might be to have in code an actual definition of the word, so that's certainly potentially possible as well. But I'm going to at least kick this off with the attempt to just keep the language the same so that we all understand what it means. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Federally recognized tribes are sovereign, and that there should be no doubt about that. And the removal of this word is disrespectful. There is absolutely no reason to remove it. And through our work over the last year, I think it's really important that we hold true to the agreement that we've made, and that if we were to remove this word, I think it would send a sign of disrespect. And if we need to add a definition for sovereign, I'm certainly willing to participate and work on doing that. But I think it's important to have that word in this document. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also urge opposition to this amendment. I think I understand where Ms. Kennedy is coming from, and it is interesting. It's sort of interesting to note that the word sovereign isn't defined in our code, but I would posit that is because the sort of notion of sovereignty is so deeply rooted in not just American but Western common law that it's the kind of thing you don't generally define. Kind of like defining the word jurisdiction. Like there are certain words that we might define their scope, but we don't define the word itself. And I'm actually sort of excited if this is really the first time we've put the word sovereign with the word tribe into our code, because it indicates that we have not been properly acknowledging it. As Mr. Perez-Verdia stated, federally recognized tribes are sovereign, and recognizing that, I think, should be something that is part of our law and part of our education, frankly. So I appreciate what Ms. Kennedy said, but I still think we should oppose this amendment and keep the word sovereign in the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Then I guess I am confused then about why the S version, and maybe somebody can tell me who the authors of the S version were, that changed the language from what used to say many sovereign and indigenous tribes of Alaska, removed that, scratched that out, and instead replaced it with the 229 federally recognized tribes of Alaska. So that, anyway, if somebody wants to explain that to me, then I'm happy to hear it. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. So we were trying to not be repetitive in the language, in the title, in the section. We thought repeating it was not necessary, but instead adding clarity would be to define it as those tribes that are federally recognized, the 229 federally tribes. It just added more context instead of just repeating itself, because if you see it was sovereign tribes, many sovereign tribes. And just to point back to the amendment, the first thing that kind of got me, and this is a kind of a Weddleton-ism, if you will, is it's almost redundant. It says recognition of federally recognized tribes. We were just attempting to not be grammatically poor, is why that line was amended.
Thank you. And I have one more response to your question, Ms. Kennedy, from Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just to add on in terms of why the change was made, additionally, we wanted to be more precise about not just saying many, but recognizing the 229 federally recognized tribes in Alaska. And so that was another part of that change, and it was important to us that it not be general, but it be specific. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Did you have anything further, Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, and there was a mention of the idea of defining the word sovereign. I think that would be helpful, and I can't remember now who actually mentioned that they could do that, but I think that would be helpful. So maybe there is a definition available that we could use here as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Mr. Dunbar?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
No.
That amendment fails 9-1. Next, we have Kennedy Amendment number 3A. Is there a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I move Kennedy Amendment number 3A.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is the conversation that everybody was kind of referring to earlier and maybe trying to head off before this amendment was actually put on the floor. But I think it's very important. And I wouldn't have brought it up if it weren't so important to my community. So I'm glad that we're actually going to air this out a little bit more. There's a lot to be said about what this ordinance will do that I think is positive. I mean, absolutely is an important thing. We've gotten an awful lot of support. We've gotten information from a lot of different groups and individuals that support this. And the good part is this absolutely does speak to the ability to have better communication. That's an important piece. Obviously, with the regular meetings, having better dialogue, assigning a liaison, doing the education and the training piece, all of those things are important, and I think that's what we're all heading for. You know, that's the goal, is to provide the format or the mechanism, if you will, by which all of those things can be accomplished. What I hesitate about, and what I'm hoping you will help me with a few assurances, is to, do one of two things. One of them is passing this amendment to include something to the effect that will basically preclude this document from being used as leverage, if you will, in a court case. And we talked a little bit about the court case. It is an active court case. It's certainly, the entire court case is about establishing the lands in Birchwood as being native lands, and with the intent, according to the documents, with the intent to use it for gaming purposes. And I am not about to argue the pros and cons of any of that. I absolutely understand the issue with native lands. I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing anybody's jurisdiction. What I'm arguing about is, from my community's perspective, is that the municipality could potentially be putting itself in a place to either advocate for, or even against that, for that matter, at this point, and it could be used in this document. Now, I've had this conversation too with Ms. Willoughby, and she doesn't believe that this could be used in this court case. However, this is an open court case, and I'm even looking at the document that gives the dates by which people have to, or different groups have to have their documents into the court for their responses and their replies. We're looking at a date of March the 5th for the plaintiff to have their responses and replies in. The state of Alaska, which is involved in this court case, also will be filing. And by the way, the state has been pretty silent on this because they recognize that this is a district court case, and they have not actually come forward yet in terms of exactly their position on this. But, I recognize that they know that this is also, an important court case. And then, of course, there's the defendants also. The Department of Interior has some court dates by which their filings have to be in, and all of these court dates these filing dates were set the end of last month. So again, this is very much an ongoing court case by which people will be filing a variety of replies and responses, which begs the question at that point, how it is that the municipality will stay out of that and not bear any influence of any kind, whether in support or opposition to something as serious as this court case. So the language that is in this amendment will basically kind of assure that says that, along with this no right of action against the municipality or a right of review of a municipal action, there would also be no right to influence a state or federal legislation or litigation. And I took the time to call Bill Starr. I thought he wrote a lovely letter, and I think he very succinctly described the kinds of issues that have been between the municipality and the native village of Eklutna in the past, and that this was a positive way forward to keep those gaps from occurring, or just making sure that the communication was there so that there wouldn't be any misunderstandings and there would be ways to move forward for the betterment of both of those governments. And I also talked to Mark Begich, because he was, it was during his tenure as mayor where he authorized the memorandum of understanding that not only dealt with some road construction projects, but basically came up with outlining the idea of coordinating regular meetings and communication between the municipality and the native village of Eklutna. And in talking to those gentlemen, they were both very reassuring of how beneficial this ordinance would be by putting things in code that basically gives responsibility to both of these groups. So there's definitely a little bit of weight here that would have to be complied with. So definitely provides more leverage, if you will, on making sure that both groups do their part in communicating. But both of those gentlemen also told me that there's no way the municipality of Anchorage should be putting forward something that could potentially be used in litigation, that we would not want to be viewed as having any kind of influence in this district court of appeals court case. And Mr. Begich even said that you probably need to even include legislation in that. And so I did in my amendment. And for my purposes, if there really is nothing to this court case, there's nothing that the municipality could do at this point that would have any influence on this court case, then I think that makes it all the easier to pass this amendment. Because again, from my perspective, this is about an insurance that we are not stepping on the toes of the native village of Eklutna. We're not making waves in anything that could be happening at the federal level. We're not influencing the state. Anyway, I just think that this is important. And again, if there is nothing to worry about this court case, then passing this legislation just grants that assurance. So I'm hoping that everyone will support it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And unfortunately, I think this amendment essentially embeds a misunderstanding again into our code, and I don't think that is appropriate. Again, there is nothing in this chapter that relates to gaming or to the ongoing federal legislation, litigation. I also sort of question whether this statement in the code could actually have legal effect. I don't know if I've ever seen us talk about the code controlling a right to influence federal legislation or federal litigation. That seems very strange, and it seems like it wouldn't actually bind a future administration or a future assembly. On the other hand, I do agree with Ms. Kennedy that concerns have been raised about the intent of this ordinance, and so it might make sense to put language in the whereas clauses that deals with the intent, and we do have an amendment that does just that. So I believe Mr. Constant will be bringing that amendment, and I apologize, I think it came a little bit late in the game, but it should be in your inboxes. I think that is a superior way to resolve these concerns rather than embed something in the code that I think just perpetuates a misunderstanding. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel on the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, for some of the reasons Mr. Dunbar stated, but I also think that this is broad and overreaching. Language, when we put it in the code, applies beyond a single lawsuit or a single issue. It frames this is framing an entire relationship. And it could inappropriately restrict either party's interests on issues we may not know about, particularly when we use words like review or influence. So I can't support this. I think it would be poor statutory construction on our part, and that the other suggested amendment takes care of the concern regardless of how substantive it really is. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Constant on the amendment.
Similar to the concerns just expressed by Ms. Zolotel, and having heard the broad kind of perception that this has something to do with the land issues related to a gaming project out in the future and possible areas out there, the intent to change this code in this amendment actually could do some harm to future efforts. I could imagine and have imagined scenarios in which the municipality and the native village of Eklutna do wish to join forces on legislation. And in context, I could think about child development for the youth who are members of the native village of Eklutna. Or I could imagine that we would want to join forces in a lawsuit that would move mutual interests to us in the future. And so I'm unable to support this amendment because of its broad and very deep reach. That said, I do stand by the statement that we've said for over a year that this effort had nothing to do and still has nothing to do with the gaming and legal claims between the native village of Eklutna and the federal government. And so I do have, as Mr. Dunbar offered, a whereas statement that is laser focused, and I will offer that after we move through this amendment, depending on which way it goes. But my amendment would simply state that whereas nothing in this ordinance is intended to influence any state or federal litigation related to native village of Eklutna's gaming legal claims. So in the intent of the ordinance, we state this is not to be used for the purpose of gaming. And in that way, I think we laser-like focus on the fears that people have, and we say this is not a tool that can be used for that purpose. And then we leave for the future any questions that we might have that we raise together in our mutual relationship long beyond when any of us are part of this discussion, either at the tribe or on this dais. And so I would ask the members to say no to this amendment. Let's put it in the intent language of the whereas statements, and then land this plane that I think generally, almost universally, we agree is the right way to go for the municipality once we solve this question.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton on the amendment.
Well, thanks. You know, I have trouble with the idea that we would take away anyone's right to review or influence our legislation or anyone else's. And it's particularly odd at this one where we give them an extra 2 minutes to speak in front of us, presumably to influence our decisions. And then also looking at these 2007 agreements, the memorandum of agreement and the memorandum of understanding, it is actually, particularly the one on transportation, says, you know, we'll have regular meetings on this stuff to develop and document coordination, attend and participate in notice meetings. So it is all about reviewing and influencing, you know, in that narrow scope, you know, transportation planning. So it seems like this amendment would actually go against what I believe are still active agreements. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Mr. Dunbar?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
No.
That amendment fails 9-1. Next, we have constant amendment number 5. Is there a motion?
I would move constant amendment 5.
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Constant?
So as I had previously stated, if you go to line 15 of the substitute version, we would insert the following whereas clause. Whereas nothing in this ordinance is intended to influence any state or federal litigation related to Native Village of Eklutna's gaming legal claims, and.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy on the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will support this. I don't know that it's a better way to go, but it, I believe, accomplishes the same goal. I do think that there are a lot of fears to be dispelled, and you know, I mean, it's just the idea that we certainly want to see the better parts of this ordinance to be approved. I mean, in fact, I actually have a proposal that once this is finalized, I have a proposal that I'd like to make to the Native Village of Eklutna, so we'll see where that goes. But anyway, I will support this because, again, I am trying to get at a way that basically keeps the municipality out of influencing the lawsuit. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
That amendment is approved 10-0. We're now back on the main motion. Mr. Weddleton?
I'd like to offer an unwritten amendment, and that would be page 3, line 41. And this is under the section about regular training. Well, this one, I guess start at line 37, delete required, and add on line 41 between provide and training the word optional. So line 37 would read 3.105.020 regular training, and line 41 would be tribal organizations as appropriate, comma, shall provide optional training to municipal ...
Is there a second?
For purposes of discussion, I'll second, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, you know, I had actually asked the administration about this. I mean, how much is it? You know, do equipment operators need to do annual training on this? And I suppose, I mean, it sounds interesting. I'd like to do it, but you know, how often would it be? It's not specified here. Does everyone do it? Do part-time people do it? Do the summer, you know, kids at YEP do it? You know, it just could become, the way it's phrased here, you know, pretty significant given the thousands of employees that we have. And this, you know, I think could be part of whatever, you know, when you're hired, training I'm sure goes on, and certainly include it there. I think, you know, assembly members, we do training, and this would be a nice part of it. But I think to make it required, especially when it doesn't specify how often, I mean, they can offer it once a year. Are you supposed to do it once a year, or is it once in your career? It's just too unclear. So this, it's still there, it's offered, but it doesn't require that everyone do it on a kind of a vague schedule. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I would ask if one of the sponsors would speak to that amendment.
Who would like to speak to the amendment?
I can speak to it, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I appreciate Mr. Weddleton's concerns. I will oppose the amendment just because we worked for almost a year with the Native Village of Eklutna on this language, and this language went to them, and we've obviously made a couple of little changes. This one feels a little more substantive than the other ones we've made, so just out of respect for them in that process, I think I'm going to oppose this. I'll say also that, I think that the training could be provided, I imagine it would be provided much like the military does in sort of an online module form that could be done by a municipal employee at any time, and that, we're not trying to create something that is impractical, and that in some cases perhaps certain employees wouldn't take the module every year. I think that's something that the Office of Equity and Justice could work on. But insofar as we're establishing a permanent record right now, I'll say that my intention is not to make this something that is impractical. But again, I will oppose the amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton on the amendment?
I couldn't understand whether you support or oppose. Sounds like you said, but you oppose it, Mr.
I oppose.
Okay.
I oppose the amendment, but I'm not mad at you for it, Mr. Weddleton.
Well, but the challenge here is regular training required. I mean, what do we have, 2,000 something employees every year for, an hour? I mean, that is a lot. And if it's, they got it last year and they're moving on and he runs a grader, or how important is that? I don't offer that out of disrespect, but that starts to become a serious burden. And so I wonder, Mr. Dunbar, just for advice then, if we, instead of saying optional, just change the title to regular training.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, can I amend my amendment?
If you would like, Mr. Weddleton.
Okay. I would amend it by removing the addition of the word optional. So the change is very simply in line 37 to delete the word required.
Is there a second to that?
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I'll go ahead and go through the queue if folks would like to comment on this. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually think that the language, I think that I guess for me, this is really an important part, because there is a great deal of learning that needs to happen over the next decade plus to really begin to build the kind of relationship necessary to work government to government. And so, this is an important point in terms of creating the infrastructure to make sure that the municipal employees understand tribes and understand how they work, and so that we can truly build the kind of relationship that's going to allow both our governments to thrive. And so, I think that I guess I don't think having the word required in there says it's required at a certain, there's a time frame for it, or there's I think it leaves enough openness for the municipality to interpret it in a way that is not onerous. And I think the word required in there, what it does is it puts a level of importance on it, so that it is something that from here moving forward, it's something that is a priority for the municipality as we begin to shift into a new way of working with tribes. So I guess I'm going to oppose the amendment. I do actually think the word required is important, and I think it ensures that when we're gone, we know that training will be a priority and it will be done. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So the whole thrust of the conversation we had over the course of the year was often characterized by administrations coming and administrations going. And some administrations were willing and interested in this work and made MOUs and did engage. And then some administrations stopped, and it wasn't a priority. And the purpose of this overall legislation is to raise it up to a priority, that it is no longer the whim of an executive to establish the relationship, but it is instead the policy of the municipality that this relationship exists. And so to that end, the purpose of, I think, this section is to ensure that the leadership of the municipality maintains the priority of educating the community and especially our employees of the nature of this relationship, the values, and all of that. Now, what we did here specifically is we tied in the Office of Equity and Justice into this process, and that is an executive individual whose purpose and job will be to establish the grade, the depth, the breadth of this training as makes sense within their office to ensure that it is within reason of resources and time, and at the same time achieves the goals that we've set out through the Office of Equity and Justice and through this legislation recognizing our government-to-government relations. And so I don't know if there's a way to tighten up that language, but ultimately that's the intent that was developed over the course of the last year for this section, was to ensure that there is interplay between this new system that we've created and that's just getting off the ground, and that we use it to the best betterment of the purposes that we set out in this chapter.
Thank you. I have two folks left in the queue, and then I'd like us to vote. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. Sorry to keep chewing on this, but this says, as it is, regular training required at least once a year shall provide training to municipal employees. And we may have certain tense, but we learn all the time the wording. What does it say in its plain wording? And this says you're only going to get training. And it doesn't say how long or how extensive, but you know, we're all kind of part of, I don't know what we're calling it now, but training on racial issues, and it's about 12 hours, and that's considered minimal by the people who are training us. This could get out of hand, and I'd say, but even if it's 1 hour times a couple thousand municipal employees, there should be a statement of economic impacts here. This is required annually for thousands of employees, and I don't see a C on this.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy on the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had some concerns about the cost of this as well, but I also look at this a little bit differently. And of course, now we could be getting into questions of conflict of expectations. What I see here is that the municipality has to provide training. It doesn't say anything in here that each employee is required to take any training. And I'm assuming that that requirement would actually have to be a negotiated requirement. So that would have to go through a variety of contract negotiation in an effort to decide how much employees are going to get paid when they take this training, and do they get their regular pay? Is it put in with any other regular training that they have to do just for their specific job? But I guess I look at this as saying the training is going to be provided, and it certainly is going to be up to the Office of Equity and Justice and the Native Village of Eklutna to describe what that training looks like and figure out how to deliver it. But I really don't see a requirement in here for any particular employee or group of employees to have to take it. So I don't know if that kind of messes all this up, but again, I believe that if there was an actual employee requirement, that would have to be a negotiated item. But okay, and then also just the idea that it probably would have been worth having some kind of thought about, or a statistic, or about how we afford this, or what it might potentially cost. So, but anyway, I probably threw a bit of a wrench in the works. But anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Ms. Kennedy, you did the opposite. You clarified. The word all is not there. There's no blanket statement that each and every single municipal employee must take this training. What it states is that the Chief Equity Officer working with the Native Village of Eklutna shall provide a training. It doesn't state that each and every person, and really the intent here is to ensure that the executives of the municipality, and where needed as determined by the Office of Equity and Justice, shall have this training. And so there isn't a C. It wasn't intended that we're going to spend 12 hours per employee every year from now until the end of time to answer this question. The word all is not there.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. Yeah, on the amendment to the amendment.
No, it's just an
Mr.
amendment.
Peterson?
No.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
No.
That amendment to the amendment fails 5-5. So we're now back to the amendment, which is has not been amended. So it reads, deletes required after 3.105.020 regular training, and includes the word optional on line 41, shall provide optional training. Seeing no further
Can I ask a question, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Mr. Dunbar.
I don't understand. He had offered the amendment, and then as the mover, he changed his amendment to be just striking the word required. So if the second had agreed to that, then you don't need to amend the amendment. So I thought we were voting on the underlying amendment because there was no need to amend the amendment.
Yeah, so the motion that Mr. Weddleton made was an amendment to the amendment, which is what we went through. But I appreciate that in the future we can streamline that process. So we now have that amendment before us. Is there any further discussion on the amendment before us? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Mr. Dunbar?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
No.
That amendment fails 7-3. We're now back on the main motion. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Constant.
Yes. Great. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I'm very proud of this legislation. I am honored to have worked with you, Aaron, and Mr. Leggett, and Mr. Presverdia, and Mr. Dunbar, and the whole body, the mayor, North Star Group, who helped steward the process through all of those several meetings, all of the Alaska Native leaders and attorneys who met with us and helped us to understand the ramifications and purposes behind this work and the implications for the future now, 5 years from now, 50 years from now, and 500 years from now. This is a strike at the heart of the question of justice. The recognition of the sovereignty of the Native people of the village of Eklutna by the municipality of Anchorage is long overdue, and we are doing great work here. So with that, I would urge your support.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I have one final question, actually. And, it occurred to me that we are putting forward a lot of requirements in this particular ordinance, requirements and responsibility on behalf of both the municipality and the native village of Eklutna. Now, I know there was a resolution that started off this conversation that's been going on this past year, but I'm wondering if there's actually been any kind of acceptance document, any kind of resolution from the native village of Eklutna and the board of directors that actually says they accept all of these requirements that essentially we're putting on them. I mean, this, I don't want to use the word, it's about the responsibility that both of us are agreeing to, and I just wondered if their board was going to come forward with anything that says they like this, they'll accept this, or if they're just going to wait till we pass this, and then they'll do their part in agreement. So maybe one of the sponsors, or Mr. Liggett, if he's still online, maybe he himself could address that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Leggett, would you like to speak to that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a meeting towards the end of this month to take up our own separate resolution. I've had discussions with the entire tribal council about that. You'll remember we had the meeting in October where we essentially lined out most of, if not all of the framework that was here. And I think you'll remember the just gratefulness and enthusiasm on behalf of the native village of Eklutna. Also, I did want to point out one of the discussion points about the issue of training, and that is simply that it is by no means our effort to try to create something that is onerous, and ultimately, at the end of the day, the responsibility is going to fall to us to educate the municipality. And so we recognize that, but I feel like in a lot of ways, the work that has been done on behalf of the tribe, the work that I do at the Anchorage Museum, and a lot of the work that's being done on a variety of issues around Anchorage all speak to these issues. And so this isn't something I think that's going to happen overnight. I think it will be a continually developing relationship, and I'm sure that we will find ways to simply have more dialogue on a government-to-government level so that we can, get rid of misunderstandings and miscommunications and misintents.
Did you have anything else, Ms. Kennedy?
No, thank you, Mr. Leggett. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few comments. I want to also thank the members of this team, Member Dunbar and Constant and Mr. Leggett and the entire team that has been working with us, and all of the people that came forward to work with us and to advise us and to help us through these many months of developing this. I also want to say that I really do believe that this is one of the things that's so exciting about this to me is that it potentially serves as a model for municipalities and states in Alaska and beyond. And so it's really exciting that we are, in many ways, a leader in terms of how to properly, respectfully recognize and develop intentional and thoughtful and productive relationships with tribes. So I'm excited, and I congratulate this body for moving forward with this. I also want to say that that Alaska, as we all know, is the largest village. Anchorage is the largest village in Alaska, and that all tribes, all 229 federally recognized tribes, come into our city and have the businesses and shop here, and so it's really important that in this that we not only recognize Eklutna, but we recognize all 229 federally recognized tribes. And I also believe that this is a first step. This is the first step to how we should be working with tribes. And I look forward to future work where we can develop ways of thoughtfully working with all tribes in Alaska. So this is a first step, and I look forward to more in the future. Again, thank you to my team for all their work, and I urge unanimous passing of this ordinance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
At long last, yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 15A. Before I get to that, the next items on the agenda involve applications for a liquor or marijuana license and/or a special land use permit for alcohol or marijuana. The process to review these items is different than the Assembly's legislative role because these are administrative or quasi-judicial hearings and require the Assembly to be impartial, refrain from ex parte communications, except in liquor license applications, and make a decision based only on the record before us and testimony today. So next, we have item 15A, resolution number AR 2021-4, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of brewery liquor license number 5321 for Resolution Brewing Company, LLC DBA Resolution Brewing Company, located at 3024 Mountain View Drive. Thank you. Public testimony is open on this item. First, we have Mr. Williams.
Hello.
Mr. Williams, this is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on item 15A, resolution number AR 2021-4. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Yes, my name is Niall Williams. I represent 1776 Alaska, also 1776alaska.org, freedom and liberty worldwide. With regards to this alcohol license, on page 11 of the number 2, you'll see that it has 60 days to protest the renewal of your license or waive protest. The date of this letter is November 24th, 2020. I would like to make a move to postpone this until the next regular assembly meeting, as only 51 days of the 60 have expired and there's not enough time for the community and the nonprofits to be able to protest this. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Constant?
just to say that there was no concern from the Mountain View Community Council, and they support it.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 15B, resolution number AR 2021-7, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of restaurant eating place liquor license number 5772 for Moon K Wang DBA Northern China Restaurant located at 353 Muldoon Road. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. We will start with Mr. Williams.
Hello?
Mr. Williams, this is Felix Rivera here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 15B, resolution number AR 2021-7. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, yes, Niall Williams, represent 1776 Alaska in reference to 2021-7. Also, this license renewal, the letter from the Department of Commerce and Economic Development from the state of Alaska dated the 24th of November. That's only 51 out of 60 days under to be able to give protest under Alaska Statute 04.11.520. Also, there does not appear to be a notice from the Northeast Community Council that they have approved this. As well, I would like to make a comment through the chair that it appears that Mr. Dunbar is coaching Assembly Member Peterson as to how to vote. You can hear that they're on the same phone line.
Mr. Williams,
That's all.
you are
Thank you.
out of order. Thank you. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 15C, resolution number AR 2021-8, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of package store liquor license number 5045 for NW Alaska Properties LLC DBA Unwind located at 751 East 36th Avenue, number 113. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. We'll start with Mr. Williams.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Williams. This is Felix Rivera. You are here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 15C, resolution number AR 2021-8. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Yes, Niall Williams again, 1776 alaska.org, freedom and liberty worldwide. In response to 2021-8, I oppose this as only 49 out of the 60 days of protest have occurred. The letter is dated November 26th, so this violates Alaska Statute 04-11.510. Also, there is no notice from the Midtown Community Council that they have approved this. And another point of order, there's no physical address for an owner named Webb, W-E-B-B, and it appears that he owns a P.O. box out of Prescott City, Florida, Arizona. Says he's a 50% owner, so seems kind of a little sketchy there. I think a physical address is required. That's all.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Mr. Weddleton.
Yeah, I just want to briefly, I appreciate Mr. Williams reading through all these documents. That's good. And just for anyone who questions, is we get a couple months' notice when these renew. We don't approve the licenses. These are state licenses. And the state notices us to give us 60 days. And immediately, community councils that are near these operations get notification. And so it's very standard for them. They're getting these things all the time. And we hear when there's a problem. Typically, they don't respond if there is no issue. But this is our last meeting before that time limit is up where we can comment. And on these protests, it's usually something small. Like you can see one is he owes $101. And this one, he just needs to get a health inspection. So we're just letting the state know that these little issues are up there. So anyway, just to let you folks know that.
Thank you. And if you're on the phone, please make sure that you are muted if you are not speaking. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. That completes our must-do items. I'm going to go ahead and go back and go through the rest of our items, starting with item 13B, ordinance number AO 2020-132, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 12.40, to specify that electronic smoking devices sold to hemp retailers registered with the state of Alaska are excluded from the excise tax on tobacco products. Before I open up public testimony, I understand that the sponsors are going to ask the body to postpone this item, but if anyone would like to testify, they may do so. And I believe the intent is to postpone this item to February 9th. Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and start with our phone testimony, starting with Miss Emily Neenan.
Hello, this is Emily.
Hi, Ms. Neenan. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We're on public testimony for item 13B, ordinance number AO 2020-132. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. Let me ask a question first, though. Am I correct that I had heard that this item might be postponed and further work might be done on it?
That is correct. That is the intent of the sponsors, from my understanding.
Given that, I would prefer to hold my testimony to see what the next version of the proposal looks like, if that's okay.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you, Ms. Neenan.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, this is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on item 13B, ordinance number AO 2020-132. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Yes, I'd like to postpone my testimony if I only get one time to testify until February 9th.
Okay, we will call you on February 9th on this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I just make the motion to continue the public hearing to that date now?
First, I want to see if anyone else would like to testify today and give them that opportunity, and then we can make that motion. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Okay, Mr. Constant?
I would move to continue the public hearing to the first meeting in February.
Second.
February 9th.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Is there any opposition to the motion? Okay, hearing none, then we will continue the public hearing on this item to February 9th. Next, we have item 13C, ordinance number AO 2020-133, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code AMC Title 21 to add an exception to AMC 21.07.080H fences to allow maximum height of 10 feet for fences enclosing electrical utility substations. Public testimony is now open on this item. We'll go ahead and start with Mr. Williams.
Hello.
Mr. Williams, this is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 13C, AO number 2020-133. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, yes, Niall Williams, 1776 Alaska, freedom and liberty worldwide. In regards to 2020-133, I'd like to make an amendment to this that all fences should be able to be limitless height. I don't think we should just make them 10 feet. I think we should at least make them 20 feet or 30 feet high, really as high as any owner of land wants to make them. I don't think that there should be any restrictions on fencing size. Unless you're talking about fencing people in so they can't escape. If it's any other item other than a jail, you shouldn't be caging people in with fences. But to protect our infrastructure during these times of social upheaval and civil emergency especially, we should be passing this unanimously. It's very important that our infrastructure of 5G technology is protected. The 5G technology is, those waves, they can really damage people's
Mr. Williams,
bodies.
if you can go ahead and stay on topic, please.
Yes. So the electrical boxes, the 5G towers, the Chugach electrical boxes, we need to protect all those. So at least 15-foot fences should be used with razor wire and electrocuting. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla.
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 14C, ordinance number AO 2020-136, an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters residing in the Upper O'Malley Limited Road Service area at the regular municipal election on April 6, 2021, a ballot proposition to de-annex parcel Alpine Terrace Subdivision BLK2 Lot 6 from the Upper O'Malley LURSA and amend the Upper O'Malley LURSA boundaries. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. We'll start with Mr. Williams.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Williams. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on item 14C, ordinance number AO 2020-136. So you have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Yes, Felix. No comment on this one. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone like to testify on this item? Welcome.
Can you please put that on the screen, that item?
Yeah, can we get that on the screen?
Thank you. My name is Eugene Carl Haber. No, that's the wrong item. You got the wrong item up there. Can you stop the clock and put the right item up there, please?
Fine. Okay, it's up.
Thank you very much. My name is Eugene Carl Haberman, Alaska resident for roughly 43 years, 20 years, Anchorage resident, currently a Valley resident. This makes notes. It's going to go before the April 6th election. So the election rules that they go by, the election law, is the law that you passed tonight. Now, let me repeat those words. This is going before the voters on the April 6th election. But the fact is, and very pertinent, tonight you passed an election law that affects that for the voters. Think about that for a second. You fast-tracked the situation, you changed election laws, you didn't need to see and have an opportunity for the public to be really connected. You had only one public hearing. But how that election affecting that item is going to be election law that you passed tonight. I would also encourage you to do a motion of reconsideration on that. Someone do it that has the authority to do it on that item, because that election law that you did tonight needs to be stopped. There's serious issues that were addressed, and it's a factor to how this item here is going to be handled. It's not going to be handled the same way as the previous elections. And I find cause to be deeply concerned that you're allowing the voters to be operating under a new election that's going to be April 6th, that you did change the law tonight. There were several issues addressed, particularly by me. And I'd like to remind you of one key factor, the idea of dealing with the idea of voters voting and having copies of not the ballots, but a copy of the ballots. That 2012 thing I referenced was there were more than 40% of the polling precincts ran out of ballots. People were going as many as 3 different polling precincts and couldn't get a ballot to vote. The problem was not enough ballots. The problem was distribution of those ballots to those locations. This is not the time to create copies. And this is not the time for that item or any item that's going before the voters to be operating in that way. So I strongly encourage you not to do a voter reconsideration on that item, because it's going to be affecting that one as among the rest of items that are going before the voters. Thank you very much. With respect, 16 seconds to spare.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 14D, ordinance number AO 2020-129, an ordinance amending the zoning map and approving the rezoning of approximately 2 acres of land from B3 to I1 for Tract A O'Neill subdivision.
reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. We'll start with Mr. Williams.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Williams. This is Felix Rivera. We are on public testimony for item 14D, ordinance number AO 2020-129. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson Rivera. In response to 2020-129, I strongly oppose this redistricting. The map shows that it's very close to a residential district. To make it into a light industrial district from a general business district would definitely decrease the property values in the surrounding areas. As well, it appears that we're going to be having a U-Haul, U-Box there. Inside these gigantic storage containers, anything can be stored, from people that are human trafficked, to drugs, to explosives and weapons, to hazardous materials. We don't need to keep going here, but the idea is nobody really knows what's in these storage units. We need to put a stop to the increase in storage facilities in the area. People need to start selling their merchandise if they don't use it on a regular basis. And this seems like a domestic terrorist cell in the making. So I strongly oppose 2020-129. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Ms. Alatel.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't know if this came up at the Northeast Community Council and if Mr. Dunbar or Mr. Peterson could let us know if the Community Council weighed in. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Dunbar.
So I was at the Russian Jack Community Council. I think this is technically the Northeastern Community Council, but I was at the Russian Jack Community Council on Wednesday, which is actually the most impacted, and there were no concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 15D, resolution number AR 2021-11, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for Alaska Joint Ventures LLC, a marijuana retail sales establishment with license number M25309, doing business as Voodoo Cannabis Company.
Reading.
Thank you. And just as a quick reminder, as we begin this item, we are not in our normal legislative role, we are in our quasi-judicial role. With that, we'll go ahead and open up public testimony. We'll start with Mr. Williams.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Williams. This is Felix Rivera. We are on public testimony for item 15D, resolution number AR 2021-11. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, yes, 2021-11. Again, this is Niall Williams, 1776alaska.org. I don't see in the document anything from the Fairview Community Council as to them having approved this. With regards to the planned site for the marijuana vending facility, it's actually 387 feet, that's 387 feet from a federal building, from a federal office building. It is also less than 1,000 feet from the Anchorage Mental Health Consumer Web Building, which treats homeless persons and people with addictions and other things. They typically have a large number of the consumers outside that are in between periods while they offer services. So placing this less than 1,000 feet away, I would consider to be a conflict of interest with those trying to recover from addictive personalities and other mental health issues. As well, on the immediate backside of the planned site location at 930 Gamble Street, there's a bunch of residential homes. And I did not see any posting that was on the physical site in the general area of 930 Gamble Street that would have been able to notify those persons that actually live there. So the fact that there's no community council positive rating here, and as well that there's no notice posted on the property itself, 930 Gamble Street, we need to postpone this or actually vote against it with prejudice. Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I live in the Matsu Valley, Alaska resident for 43 years, 20 of those years Anchorage resident. Okay, on this item, I'd like to bring to attention, because as you know, I attend a lot of meetings. Because of that, I have a better connection to how these items have been discussed. Now, this item was on the agenda before the Assembly Economic Committee about a week ago. And respectively, the operation of that committee, which includes Assembly Member Wellington was on there, and Assembly Member Kennedy, I'm concerned because pre-COVID scenario, the scenario is these meetings usually are at Elmore. There's a large attendance, and in the beginning, people are being recognized who's there in the room, and it's on the record and there's an audio. We didn't have the advantages of telephonic and all that kind of stuff back set up, but now with COVID, you have set up that, and I'm glad for that, so that we can be connected. But there is changes that have disconnected people in the conversation. This item was on the agenda. It was discussed, and the committee decided and discussed the item and took action on it. But when they did that, they forgot about connecting and asking for public comment. There is a place on the agenda, respectfully. It's called audience participation. But the opportunity for the public to speak occurred after you decided on that issue. And if I recall, it was limited, because normally on like the marijuana scenario, there's normally a marijuana industry representative talking there. I don't believe she was there at this meeting remotely, but the fact is, you cannot be having meetings, and why I'm being so detailed on this thing, you cannot be having meetings and making decisions without connecting with the people at these committee meetings and sending it on to this body as what's happening tonight. And of all items this is dealing with marijuana. Respectively, I credit this body and the city in their efforts in dealing and having a conversation with marijuana much more appropriate than what I see out in the Valley and the Assembly and so forth. You're very much involved. But whatever involvement you do have the issue, you need to really connect with the people. And when you have those meetings and you bring issues like this, generally before you come before this meeting tonight, you're supposed to connect with the people. But in so doing, in that meeting, you ignored the fact that you normally do, respectively, before COVID time, where you would ask anyone in the audience want to speak on that topic. And then that would be it. And that's all I have to say with 8 seconds to spare. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton.
Thanks. As you were just informed, the Community and Economic Development Committee looked at this in depth on January 7th, and we recommended approval. A couple points on that. Mr. Williams asked about the Fairview Community Council, and that's a very important point. This marijuana retail establishment has a memorandum of understanding with the Fairview Community Council. They did meet with them and talk to them and have the memorandum. And that is not truly a requirement, but is something that's strongly recommended. And I think every marijuana retail establishment has a memorandum of understanding with the Community Council for those that issue those. And at those meetings, there is an opportunity to speak at the end of the meetings, but for typical public input, this is the meeting, the public hearing on marijuana things. And of course, you can email us and talk to us at any time prior. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed
Mr.
to
Chair.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Before we get to the vote, a couple of items. I just wanted to reiterate what Mr. Weddleton said, that there is a neighborhood responsibility plan with the Fairview Community Council. Their first official meeting with the Fairview Community Council was on June 11th. It's in your packets. Also, there was one comment of concern by a neighbor that was added as an AIM, and I did speak with the individual, and he actually didn't oppose the license. He just wanted to raise the concern for the neighborhood and for the community to understand that he feels like there's a level of threshold being met with enough, but he said specifically he does not oppose this. And then finally, to the owners of this business, as I long speak about the investments that are being made, and I spoke about another licensee at the committee meeting that was taking care of cleaning up a section of the neighborhood that was not his. Well, this business, these individuals bought a lot that had 2 buildings on it. They took the smaller building for their operation that's being licensed, but the other building that they've made available to 2 businesses that are funded through and were kind of developed through the Anchorage Community Land Trust Business Development Project. It's the site of Wiki Wiki Onalicious, which is a malasada and Hawaiian treats shop, and part of the week it's also Lay's Pokestop. And the operator of this license has made that building available and has begun a renaissance of a tiny corner of Fairview that's really struggled for a long time. And so they're making investments, and they are helping turn a corner for a neighborhood that's long struggled. Thank you. Ms. Zolotel.
I really appreciate Mr. Constant's comments about that area. I will, however, miss the Falafel King forever. So I had to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. That completes our regular business. We're going to go ahead and move on to final audience participation. I do have the final audience participation priority list, so I'm going to call folks 3 at a time. If you can come up
Mr.
here.
Chair, before we move into this item, Mr. Weddleton and I had a sidebar conversation about the need to move to reconsider and urge a no vote for AO 2020-131, the elections bill, because...
Let's just make a motion.
So, okay, so I would move to reconsider AO 2020
It's the mic, and we will get that fixed.
Sorry. No.
Darth.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to reconsider AO 2020-131, which is the election reforms package or updates package that we just put forward, and I would urge a no vote.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded.
Mr. Chair.
Mr.
Chair.
Mr. Dunbar?
Can I be excused because I have a conflict on this issue?
Yes, you may. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good night.
Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion for immediate. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just curious as to why. Thank you.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. The right to reconsider exists until this item has been reconsidered or until 24 hours have passed. And in 24 hours, the election contest opens in less than 24 hours, and so it's important that we put this item to bed.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. With that, members may proceed to vote on the motion to reconsider.
We urge a no vote.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
No.
That motion fails 9-0. All right, we're going to go ahead back to final audience participation. So as a reminder, if you spoke during the initial audience participation, you cannot speak again during this final audience participation. For audience participation, please direct your comments to the assembly or the chair. You will have 3 minutes to speak, and personal attacks are not appropriate. In addition, audience members are asked to avoid clapping or other disruptions during audience participation. Last, during audience participation, assembly members generally do not answer questions or respond to comments. We may talk to you offline after the meeting to address any questions that you have. I will, as chair, work to maintain decorum in this meeting and ask for your assistance. With that, our first 3 are Mr. Tim Kowal, Mr. Charles McKee, and Mr. Michael Everett. So if any of you 3 are here, come on up. Welcome.
Welcome. My name is Charles McKee. I'm a beneficiary of the McKee Trust, and I have to say that on the second page of the documents I turned in 2 days ago, under applicable laws and definitions, I make reference to my copyright TXU 545.416, claiming it is a common law ruling, copyright holder in due course. Now, and below that, I'm indicating that market share, marketing talks about market share promoted by the Bar Association in the form of voter registration. They own, they're the originator, they own the document since they control the corporation called the State of Alaska. So therefore, it goes through that process in market share control. They don't notify everybody what in their secretive equitable enslavement process that they're going after, which was the accounts, the treasury accounts hidden in the Clasper accounts. And they draw from that through the court system, which they also own. I'm truly amazed at the Channel 2 person, Maria, that went down the flight of stairs to Lathrop building and went flat on her behind on emulsified glue and was lifted up, took it into the studio with a plastic sack placed on her behind, and plopped in the chair and said, "Here, broadcast the news." I was totally amazed by that when that occurred, and I read about it in the newspaper. So I gave her a copy or a poster of this mathematical equation with the original treasury seal. That is the design of the gospel back in the 1775. With my addition to the mathematical equation of the Big Bang. I also gave her a poster of the titled song/poem, Unconditional Love, Be It a Puppy or a Kitten. I also gave a copy of that to the Jackie who does the weather. So that was, when we're talking about the attitude of the current administration, they are unapologetically narcissist.
Thank you for participating. Next, we have Dustin Sherman, James Caswell, and Dean Cannon. Welcome.
Good evening, Assembly. I know you guys can really answer questions. I just wanted to know if it sounded to me like Mr. Dunbar signed off for the night. I heard him say goodnight. I'm just wondering if that's typical for an Assembly member to leave the meeting prior to the meeting's closure. Anyway, just wanted to thank you guys for being here tonight. Another long night. Through the chair, Mr. Weddleton, I appreciate your attentiveness to your constituents. I can tell that you care. I can't say the same about the rest of you. There was a comment made earlier, and I'm kind of glad it was made, actually. I think it was something along the lines of, my mask is stifling. So I just wanted to say, they are. Imagine being a kid and having to run up and down a basketball court with that thing on, or get on a wrestling mat with that thing on, or get on a football field with that thing on. I mean, they're pretty stifling, so thanks.
Thank you for participating. Welcome.
Hello.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Assembly. About the anger. There's a democratic effort to turn Alaska blue without firing a single shot. We saw it with Gross versus Sullivan. We've seen it in local races with the so-called Indycrats. Alaska is the last West Coast state to go blue. Anchorage is the domino that needs to fall. This Assembly and the Mayor's office represent the vanguard of a radical political movement. Many are young, they don't have families, and so they devote every minute they have to politics. Hardworking people, with all their commitments, struggle just to catch up. This divisive movement wins when its opponents get mad. It also wins when their opponents do nothing. That's the beauty of it. Their goal is to overthrow what they see as the current disinterested, disorganized generation and replace it with a youthful but serious progressive form of governance like in Portland. You have to admire them. With cunning, intelligence, and the exploitation of a global catastrophe, they are within grasp of that goal. They weaponize language. They have exploited recent events in our nation's capital in order to demonize their opposition. If they are successful, there will be no dissent to their agenda. In a way, their goal is about as American as it gets, to win. So it's no use being angry. It's time to wake up and get organized. Wake up your neighbors. Wake up your neighbors' neighbors. How are they doing? Why do their children believe in systems of oppression in the United States of America? Why do they believe in systems of dependency? We can no longer remain disinterested or see what happens. The snooze button has worn out. The ideas of free speech and government by the people sell themselves, but they are not perpetual motion. Truth is, some of our friends and neighbors have been left behind by us. Now they are fodder for the political machine. An assembly, a society like this, is all our faults. We need to see beyond our anger and fix it. Freedom is Earth's natural state. Great Americans before us blazed trails into that wilderness of ideas. Those trails only remain with use. Take them for granted, forget them, and they eventually disappear. This may not concern you, but it means your children will not be able to follow you. They will not be as free as you were. I hope sanity will again prevail. If it does, we don't stop there, we keep going. In the 21st century, the words community organizer must become a conservative phrase once again. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Our next three are William Topol, Eugene Carl Haberman, and Russ Reno.
Good evening, Assembly. Those were excellent remarks before me, but my remarks are going to be a little more blunt. This is in reference to two actions by the Chair, Felix Rivera, recently. First, your action at the December 22nd, 2020 meeting when you ruled Assemblyperson Jamie Allard out of order before she had even finished her question to the administration. Shows pettiness on your part, sir. Second, I was reading in the media recently that you removed Assemblyperson Allard from some committee chairs because of her tone. Again, this shows some pettiness, sir. Both of these actions are indicative of a petty tyrant, sir.
Thank you for participating. For folks on the phone, if you could please make sure to mute yourselves. I'm hearing that there is some background noise. Welcome.
Thank you for hearing me tonight. I realize we can't ask questions or something, but I hope that we'll get an answer to our email, multiple emails about the fact that you expect us to follow these mandates, but yet you're not following the mandate yourself in this very location. 256 people are allowed in this building per fire code, and you are supposed to allow 50% of those people in here for a political assembly, and you're not doing so. So I hope that you will reconsider your statements on that. Additionally, we sat here and listened to so much minutia again tonight, as we did on the first night, and we never got to talk to our standing city mayor and have her hear what we wanted to say. We've worked very hard to be able to talk to her, and we listened to you guys do stuff that you should be doing in committee and not wasting our times here. You should be listening to the people first. First, you should be listening to us and dealing with your amendments to amend amendments on your own time, because we have no time to get to speak. I had to go to work at 5 o'clock the next morning. I had to go to work 5 o'clock the morning after that, and I had to go to work 5 o'clock this morning and drive 400 miles today. What have you done? Okay, and I have to sit here till midnight just to be able to have an opportunity to speak. So you need to get a little bit, find us in the middle a little bit. Mr. Weddleton put up a great idea. Get rid of an archaic law on that 28 and just get rid of that. That was an easy one. That would have been giving us something back, because it was a good old boy network that put that little law in there, and it's an old archaic thing that if I know this person, I don't have to show their ID. But you sat there and wasted all of our time and finally ended up even at the very end trying to rescind the whole thing and then voting no on it. So what a big waste of time. Think of the people. Think of the people that are dying to talk to you, that you don't return any of their messages, you don't respond to any that they're saying. There are a few of you that do. Mr. Rivera, you have responded multiple times to my request. Mr. Weddleton, you have responded multiple times. LaFrance, Zolotil, and Allard, thank you so much for responding to certain items, but now do something about it. You've heard these things multiple times from multiple people. Now do something about it. Meet us halfway, because we're losing all respect for you. If you can't even allow the building code and adhere to your own mayor's mandates, how do you expect us to respect you or to respect the mandate? You're wasting just as much time fighting us as you are working with us. You should lead these assemblies with the people first, not wait till midnight after you've done your amendments to amend. First, so you know what we have to say. You should let us know about key things in our district, Mr. Constant, and let us know what's something we want to vote on, or we may have an opinion on because you've heard us bitch about it multiple times. But you don't. You wait and surprise us with these things. You closed the assembly when you got the real big one that I wanted to be a part of. That day happened, and I'm tired of you closing it now. So at least you could possibly do that for us. We'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for participating. I also just want to note for the record that Acting Mayor Quinn Davidson is listening.
Is what?
Next, welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman, Alaska resident for 43 years, 20 of those years an Anchorage resident, and currently a Matsu Valley resident. I attend a lot of meetings. I'm probably more aware of what has happened in this room than many of you, because many of you weren't assembly members until the last couple of years. But I want to focus on this thing, the motion of reconsideration. I witnessed in the issue of that motion of reconsideration the understanding that it's not noted to be doing the same night of the meeting because there needs to be time. There needs to be have input from the public after you make a decision tonight. Now, respectively, Assemblymember Kennedy asked a good question. Respectively, she asked, why does it have to be tonight? And Assemblymember Constant said, it has to be tonight. You can't do it later. Well, I got a good question here. You have to do it tonight. But the next regular meeting, you've got several items for public hearing, and it shows that it's a date to go before the public, for the voters, and it's hearings for 2 weeks from last Tuesday. So how do you have to approve that item tonight on reconsideration when you're going to have items at the next regular meeting dealing with obligations on bonds to the public? And what's the difference? Why did it have to be done tonight? And I'd like to remind you, for those who are not aware, what that issue was. The election law. Fast-tracked, fast-paced. And I'd like to also say this. There was a comment made earlier this evening by one party remotely. And I appreciated her comments greatly because she went right to the point. Because personally, I had a problem talking about elections tonight. Because there's a lot of frustration going on in our country and concern. And we should respectfully talk about elections. But at this moment of time, we need to also focus on respecting each other, having each other feel that we're being heard and listened to. And what has happened tonight is absolutely wrong. And to say one assembly member to another, it had to be done tonight, it did not have to be done tonight. And because of the information I'm giving to you, you need to change it tonight of what you just did. Because the fact it didn't happen, you had received false information. That's what happened. And you knew to kill this whole thing right now, is postpone indefinitely thing, because of the tragedy of this ongoing situation. Thank you very much. With respect, I wish you all the best. Happy New Year. Thank you.
Thank you for participating. Next, we have Roy Witchers, Christine Schuster, and Amber Glasser. Okay, let's go ahead and, okay. Also want to note for the record that Mr. Dunbar has been here for all of the audience participation. Okay, so let's go ahead and start with the ones we have phone numbers for. So Mr. Witchers.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Witchers. This is Felix Rivera. You are here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on final audience participation. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Okay. Yes, I'd like to say at a time when our economy is suffering, you're bankrupting businesses and wasting precious resources on nitpicking regulations for taxpayers' hard-earned money, if they even have a job left. At the same time, expecting property taxes that should go towards in-person schooling, but stealing our children's future with online learning that only works for a few at best, and poor at best. You've wasted COVID funds on homeless hotels that make Anchorage codependent in their weakness, while destroying jobs that could give them pride and independence, the very opposite of what is needed. You're doing the worst job government can offer. You say you appreciate public testimony. As you do, you wish and ignore the very people you were supposed to represent. The mail-in voting has proven that by the public's opinion is fraudulent and weakens our most valuable right besides jury duty. You say it does give more people access to vote, but if you can't prove signatures and IDs, this is not a better way, but easier to manipulate the vote and allow fraud and contaminate our duty to elect honest and ethical candidates. All but Miss Allard seem to understand the duty of your office, and there's more to come at a later date, since 3 minutes is a sad chance at public participation. Thank you.
Thank you for participating.
Yep.
Next, we have Amber Glasser. And then I assume Ms. Schuster is not in the audience. Okay.
Hello, this is Amber.
Hi, Ms. Glasser. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on final audience participation. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, thank you so much. Gosh, I definitely want to echo what's being said. My name is Amber Glasser for the record. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I really don't want to be redundant, and I'm doing the best I can as a parent out here. And I want to read to you the email that I had to send my school's principal. It says, "Hi, Brittany. Amber here. I'm not sure if you're on the Aquarian Facebook page for parents, but I'm guessing because you have kids that go to Aquarian, you are on there. The narrative on that page and the narrative at the APC meeting, which is our school board, has me really worried about sending my kids back to school. It's not the fear of COVID. I believe COVID is real and something that should be taken very seriously. But I feel like the majority of the staff and parents don't want the kids to come back, and my family doesn't feel welcome anymore. I'm very saddened by this, and I really don't know what to do. I feel like I'm just sending them somewhere they aren't even wanted. My heart is completely broken. I understand where people are coming from. I just wish more people would understand where I'm coming from and understand that all this fear will have some very devastating impacts on our entire community. For the last 10 months, I've been attending community council meetings, assembly meetings, and school board meetings. The amount of testimony from people in support of opening up Anchorage, sending kids back to school, etc., is overwhelming. These are doctors, nurses, teachers, and people like myself that are in the hospitality industry. We are completely being dismissed and silenced when there's plenty of science to back up what we're saying, plenty of data at this point, and yet we're being shamed. I'm truly at a loss on what to do. Thank you for taking the time to read this. I hope you have a great day. So I don't know how much time I have, and I'm just devastated by all of this. And you guys treat us like crap, and I've tried communicating. My assembly person, Mr. Perez Vierda, he said he was advocating for us, but every way that he votes is against us. So I'm done with the lies, and the things I've seen on Twitter are completely ridiculous. Mr. Constant calling people ignorant and child. Are you kidding me? You are a public figure, and this is disgraceful. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for participating. Last on the priority list, and then we'll open it up to anyone else who would like to speak, who didn't previously speak, is Norman Beasley.
more of these assignments to fall.
All right, we'll go ahead and open it up to anyone in person who would like to speak. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Irene Quidnow again. I would like to speak to the majority of the assembly and give you my opinion about the bottom line of what I see happening here. When you took the mayoral election from us, claiming that the definition where you shall hold one gives you an option, and you can decide to do it or not. In Webster's dictionary, it says for the word shall, it's used in laws, regulations, or directives to express what is mandatory, not what is elective or you have, mandatory means you have to do it. So I wanted to put that out there. The bottom line is you're afraid of whom we would elect, because that seat over there, the mayor, has veto power. And if we elect somebody, the chances are pretty good that it won't be somebody who's towing the line on your very extreme left agenda. Then filling the seat that is still open in my district for representation, whether it's required or not by the charter, it would be a courtesy to be represented. I'm underrepresented by 50%, everybody in my district. And today shows why this is important, because an amendment was made, you had one person excused and that empty seat, and because of that empty seat, you did not have the number of people that you needed to reject that or to approve it. And then on top of that, you went on and still voted on the item, even though you couldn't vote on part of it. That's my personal opinion. I don't know what the rules are. And then the last thing, and again, you don't want that seat filled because you might have somebody in there that you can't control. And then lastly, in terms of the emergency orders, you keep telling us, one example, hospital ICU beds capacity. Oh, we can't overwhelm it. How long have we heard that? It's a dead horse. You know it's a dead horse. I know it's a dead horse. Your health officials know it's a dead horse. But you need to keep beating the dead horse in order to justify your emergency orders, because that's the only way you can shove your extreme left agenda down our throats. And that's my personal opinion. I might not have any legal stuff for that, but that's how it comes across. You want to hold on to your power by any means necessary. If there was it would be much more balanced representation if there was a mayor and we have had an election, but you can't allow that because then you're not in control anymore. Thank you.
Thank you for participating. Would anyone else like to participate? Anyone at all? Welcome.
My name is Rachel Colvard. I'm sorry I was distracted earlier. I was on the Zoom meeting for my community council tonight, and there's a restaurant owner there who shared a heartbreaking, he had a gentleman that worked for him as a server who committed suicide. He had contacted that restaurant owner and asked, hey man, is there anything I can do for you? Can I wash dishes? Can I wash dishes for minimum wage and make some money? And he said, yeah man, I'll get you in as much as I can. It's time to open Anchorage up. You are killing people. The cure is worse than the disease. I understand playing the game. I understand chasing that dollar. I get it, but you're killing people now. I've been on public assistance before, and one of the things that they tell you is that, you know what, get out there and get yourself a job, hustle it up, because you will make more money by working than you will ever on assistance. And it's true. We will make more money by working, by increasing the tax base, by trying to bring business back, than we ever will chasing a federal dollar. Open Anchorage.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to participate? Seeing no one, we'll go ahead and move on to assembly comments. I'll start on this side, and also noting we have 7 minutes left in our meeting with Ms. Allard.
Nothing, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No comments this evening.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
No comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very quickly, because our next meeting is until the 26th, and in the interim, we're going to have an inauguration. I just want to state that baseless accusations of voter fraud without evidence serve only to weaken our democratic institutions and ultimately undermine our democratic republic. The fact is, there has not been any evidence of voter fraud at the local, state, or federal level. And next week, on Wednesday, January 20th, we will have a legitimate transfer of power in this country. I hope that it's peaceful, and I trust that those who are listening and participating tonight will come together, hold anyone who perpetrates violence or spreads conspiracy theories accountable, and then do the work of unifying this country and of this community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Nothing, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say thanks to all the people who do spend hours with us. I mean, this meeting, which started on Tuesday, has now gone longer than basically 10 hours. So I just want to thank the public for sticking it out with us. And, and I also want to say that we have voter fraud that has occurred right here in our own state. We have a court case that I'm not sure exactly when that will be heard, but we know there have been charges made. There are other charges that have been filed in other states. Nothing that I would say is widespread or large, but I think we have to realize that not every election is perfect. And I think what we try to do is do our best and recognize the times that maybe we can figure out how to tweak things enough to make them even better. And I absolutely believe that that's what our current municipal clerk is trying to do. And I certainly am going to do my part in that as well. So I hope we continue to have the conversation that we need to have in order to assure people that we are doing as much as possible to make sure that these little things here and there that we know happen in a lot of places around the nation don't have to happen here. So again, my thanks to all those who take the time to come in, all those who hang on the phone till this late at night, and I hope we continue to have good conversation with the public. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
I just want to return back to the ordinance that we passed in the recognition of the Native Village of Eklutna and thank everybody for their participation and their affirmative vote. We won't see the benefit of that except in little ways, but past the scan of our lives, I know that that little piece of law is going to change things for some people. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank my colleagues. I want to thank all the people that came out tonight and that come out every night, whether you are on the phone, whether you're in person, or whether you send an email. We hear from thousands and thousands of people in Anchorage, and it's so important that we continue to hear from you. Whether we agree with you or not, we listen to you and we respect you, and we want to continue to hear what you have to say. And what you have to say influences us. That's why I really appreciate the people who've spent the time and the energy to continue to advocate for the things that they believe are important. I also want to say that I really respect my colleagues on this assembly and the hours that they put in. It's tough work and it's important work. And I really want to thank everybody for all that they do. I'm looking forward to a better year in 2021 than we had in 2020. Thank you, and have a good night.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to let everyone know that over the last 48 hours, along with members LaFrance and Weddleton and assistance from Assembly Council, we were able to work on that EOs to AOs project, and we'll be submitting, I believe, 4 separate items into the agenda tomorrow for introduction on the 26th. So we heard you. We're going to try another way to do that, and we look forward to that ongoing discussion. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, that completes Assembly comments. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We're adjourned.